Hey, good morning, Hopka Bob. How you doing, dude? Oh, man. All right, let's see. Everything should be running now. Except I got stuff in my way. All right. First thing we're going to do is see if we can swap those bags on the Prospector. And to do that, I know I got to put something on the lift so that they don't fall through. Let's see, that's done over there. Don't need an echo. Okay. All right, so let's go over to the Galleria and hit admin and buy a little layer of some kind of crap to put on the elevator, because workaround citizen. Did I just go past the elevator? No, it's the other way, right? Near the hospital. Yeah. Working copy machine when, CIG? Working copy machine when? ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚖᚋ, thank you so much for the 54 months in a row, sir. 07s. Always appreciate your support. Thank you very much. Good God. I feel like I need all the coffee today. My throat is just... Oh. Okay. Admin upstairs. Nope, over here. Fresh McD's in the cup. Yeah, you know, it's funny. McDonald's always has been acknowledged as having pretty good coffee. I know that when I used to work there many years ago, we made sure to keep it fresh. Okay, waste is super cheap, so we're going to buy some waste. We're going to go to the station, and we're going to buy 1 SCU containers, although if we need a 2-stack, we could probably buy, you know what, we're going to stick with what everybody says works. What we need is something that's 2 layers high. You know, I think 8 SCU containers would probably work. It'd be less to deal with. Yes, that's right. Actually, remember that. Yeah, I don't know what it is now either, but I remember that back in the day. I hope they're still making something good. To be honest, back then, I didn't drink coffee. I was getting all my caffeine with fizzy cola loaded with sugar. These days, I'm an absolute coffee addict. Let's see. I said, I hear we need 60. You know what? We'll just, I don't want to reinvent the wheel. We'll just do the thing. All right. And now we need to go back to the refinery and replace those bags that fell through the floor. I'm actually thinking about going over to Clio and try mining a moon. Even though I feel like it's a It's a more obvious choice to be victimized. Places that we can see but don't go always make me just want to look. This looks kind of terrible, though. This doesn't seem like that texture should be right. All the big industry. I was headed over to the refinery, and that's going to do me any good. All right. Okay. Hangar tabs. I think it's a little bit weird that the refinery operates in units of ore instead of SCU. There's 100 units per SCU or whatever. Not really sure we needed the extra confusion with, okay, I'm going to load the ship up now. How big a ship do we need? Okay. I did the thing again. I went the wrong way instead of just going right around the corner. Why did I do that? It's like right there. Right? Yeah. Medic. And then, which is convenient, right? So if you croak here at this station, you're right at the terminals. All right, let's see. You gonna give me a hangar, or do I need to spawn a ship first? You're gonna give me a hangar. Or not. Okay. Curious. Let's try that again. I'm asking to be killed by the space station any second now. Okay, that was interesting. Definitely interesting. All right, Star Citizen.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
All right. What am I looking for? MISC, Prospector, Retrieve.
Please visit us again.
Do. All right. Okay, so we put that there, and we'll try this with one, I guess. All right, there it is. Okay. Hey, good morning, Glitch. How you doing, man? All right, we gotta do the thing with the ports again. Can I? All right, ports are unlocked. I did see that, you know, we're being targeted as a community for the phishing scam. I'm glad that people are, you know what, I like everybody else. I probably should have posted some kind of warning about it just so that everybody's aware. In general, those things are, you know, don't click it unless you know the source, and definitely don't just click it to click it. But I always hate to see that kind of crap. Scumbags gonna be scumbags, I guess. Yeah, you're right. Actually, CIG should be announcing the shit out of that. That's who really needs to holler about it. Yo, don't fall for this. Too busy marketing the next ship, I guess, right? That does make me feel really frustrated now that you point that out. It's like, come on, guys. You should be looking out for your freaking community, your customers. All right, I guess the question is, do I dare send multiples over, or am I asking for troubles? You know what, I need to know. I need to know whether it's going to be a problem. We can always buy more bags, right? Let's see. We'll see what happens. It looked like they were going to stack before, right? So select, no, those all count as commodity. We don't need that, or that. All right. Asking for trouble? I think you crossed that bridge when you press play on the launcher. You are not wrong, sir. You are not wrong. Uh-oh. Oh, no. That didn't work. Okay, so one at a time. One at a time. If we do more than one at a time, it tries to stack them first, and that's not going to work. Oh, now we broke the warehouse, right? All right. All right. And one argopod. Wrong button. All right. Oh, no. Don't drop it. I'm afraid it'll fall through the floor if I drop it. just move you. So we don't have to keep going around the ship. Appreciate the alert. 2 trees. I can't read shit today, man. My eyes are so blurry. You see me, I'm like, you know what? Let's do something about that. Good to see you, man. Let's see, main. No, settings. Good grief, the settings screen. The font's even smaller. Chat. Fonts. There we go. All right. We're blind as hell. We're going to make this even bigger so we can actually see it. Change. 20. 20 might be a little over large. 18 would probably be good. We'll do 18. Try that. 18. Okay. 18. Okay. There we go. That's a little better. God, I feel like such an old man. I was just saying, hey, man, how you doing? I was trying to read your name. The text was too small, so I just went and adjusted Chatty and made it even bigger. It's so funny, you know. A couple of years ago when I started using Chatty, I bumped the text up to 14. It was 16 just now and still wasn't big enough. Now we're at 18. It's just every year I make it a little bit bigger so I can read it a little bit easier. Old man is real. Thank you for the alert. It's the nature of getting old, I guess. But man, I need bigger monitors, not because I need more screen real estate now, but so that everything is bigger. All right, that is an argopod, right? He can only read one word at a time on his phone. I'm not there yet, fortunately. Doesn't feel hard to believe, though. Oh, crap. Okay, so maybe it's not the problem of putting more than one on there. It's the problem of making sure it's first. Making sure it's not first on the stack. Let's try that. Come on. Hello? Select all. Move the elevator. Okay. Clear filters. All right. Argo. Pod. Argo pod. Where's the other one? You didn't actually put it? Argo pod. All right, let's see. On your stream PC, I have 2 monitors about same physical size, but one is HD and the other is 4K. The text size difference is massive. All right. Okay, let's see. Oh, God, please don't. Shit, it's stuck. All right. So this was a bad call, I guess. Please don't fall through the floor. Shit. Did the other one fall through the floor? I still hear it bouncing. No, it didn't fall through the floor. Okay. However, it is kind of stuck. This is what I get. This is what I get. Why is that? Oh my goodness. Oh God. Death by Argo Cargo Pod. All right. I'm trying to figure out how I can sort out this cargo issue. Why are these bounce course? I guess I don't really care if they, no. Bruh. All right. Oh, come on, man. All right. It's always something. Always something. That's what I get for pushing the envelope. We won't do that again. The next time that we want to mount the cargo pods, we'll just do one at a time. That was pretty silly. All right, let's see. Can I turn the elevator in? Is it going to tell me something's in the way? All right, good deal. Okay, so we upgraded our cargo capacity in our rock sucker. You know, I don't know if you can refine it back. These are the Argo pods, the pods up the mole. So they're 12 SCU per instead of 8 or 10, whatever the other ones are. I think the others are 8, aren't they? That was the reason that I was swapping them out. Now, I will never mess with that again, the truth be told, because it's a pain in the ass. The problem with them is that if you pull the bags up in the freight elevator, it pulls them up with just the top sticking out of the freight elevator, and if you try and lift it up, it instead falls through the floor and it's gone. So that was the only reason the waste was in the mix. All right, ports are locked, bags are in place. Of course, I say I'll never do that again. If I explode the prospector, I'll have to do it again. Haha. Haha, Automod got you, you stupid bot. All right. Okay, we've got stuff refined in the station. You know what? We'll go ahead and we'll have one more look in the asteroid belt here, and we'll see, or the asteroid field. And we'll see if we can find a couple of corundum rocks. And if we don't find one in short term, I'll head to Cleo. You've been having a problem with boxes from refinery? I saw somebody had posted that they were sticking on some of the ship grids. The only time I've seen that is I've been able to store the ship and respawn it, and they get the box loose. But whoever this was that I was seeing mention it on X, that wasn't working for them. So then I guess all you can do is store the ship and then go to your destination and sell it out of the ship. But what a pain in the ass. I hope I don't run into that later today. It would be nice if this shit just worked. That definitely falls into the category of 0.3 and 0.2, right? In a way, but inventory just needs to work. And hangar stuff just needs to work. I feel like there's an overlap there. What I did see people talking about is if you go to the terminal to sell out of your ship, it may not show on your ship. You may have to search someplace else. Somebody said what you should look at is the your name list and check the subcategories, and that it may show there. We may find out later. But like I said, it would be nice if that shit just worked. Yeah. Because I know the Reddit thread that I was looking at last night, the guy, you know, people are like, check this, check that, check the other. And he kept responding, nope, I see nothing. Here's a screenshot of what I'm seeing. And somebody finally said, check under your name. It may be there. And he said, oh, he's like, yeah, that's it. Thank you so much. I'm glad I finally got that stuff out of there. It's like, what a mess, man. What a mess. I don't understand how that kind of stuff happens, truth be told. How does it get stuck on the ship? But it seems to be a risk with the auto-loading stuff when it doesn't auto-unload. Very weird. I lost my frickin' Avalos scout goggles crashing into that hangar day before yesterday at Grimex. We'll have to do some bunker missions at some point and see if we can find some replacements. You have a bunch of copper stuck? Joy. I mean, you know, it's not like you want to turn that in for the frickin' mission or sell it and make some money, right? Oh my goodness, why is that moire so terrible? Why isn't that being anti-aliased or something? That looks like shit. That's awful. I don't know how visible that is on stream, but good grief, that looks terrible for me. What if I turn this off? No. It looks animated. Ugh, whoa. That's headache inducing. I don't really know. Would have to be some other setting in the 3D rendering. Good grief, that looks like shit. Ah, good grief. My brain hurts. All right. We're hydrated, we're ready to go. Making sure I'm not rolling over the dog. It's like there's this top window and it's not helpful. I still can't see the hangar doors, CIG. Come on, guys. Give me a little bit of help, man. Give me a hint. All right. Oh, why are we... Hello? What have I done? Why can I not... No. Why can I not... Why is my right stick not doing anything? Okay, it's not that it doesn't work. Okay, where's joystick gremlin? No, what is going on? Red Spartan, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. can't pitch yaw or roll. Okay, let's restart joystick gremlin altogether. Come on. Yeah, it's shift, and we even have an indicator for it now, right? Right shift, you see the lock. So that's not it. I don't know what's going on. All right, let's power the ship down. No, I don't understand what's happening. I'm going to have to store the ship. Assuming, of course, I can get a hangar right underneath me. I have no idea what's happening. Yeah, except, you know, it doesn't do anything. Let's see, what if I turn off, see, this is without holding free look, which I don't normally use. No, yeah, that's not doing anything. Tapping Z isn't doing it. Tapping right shift isn't doing it either. I don't know what's causing this. This is very strange. I don't know what's the deal, so we'll store the ship and respawn it and see if it works. It feels like some of the axes just aren't working at all. Because I had no problem with the left-hand stick. The trigger is my right-hand stick, which is remapped to mouse click, but I don't really understand why that would be happening at all, so we'll see.
Welcome to the ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚖᚱᚋ vehicle retrieval system.
MISC, Prospector, store. You know, it probably would be a good idea to store it and tweak it with the vehicle loadout manager anyway, to hopefully make sure it acknowledges that there's 12 SCU Argo bags on there. It didn't give me a ship marker, but hopefully it's stored.
Welcome to the ᚻᚪ᚞ᚻᚖᚱᚋ vehicle retrieval system.
Prospector stored, all right.
Vehicle has been. Please visit us again.
And me, I'm just, charging onto the pad while the caution flag is still up. I'm asking to get dead. I need to stop doing that. Although I really don't understand why some stations are slow to lower that and others are quite quick. Come on. Give me my app interact. No, still nothing. All right, I guess I'm going to restart Star Citizen. Because I don't really have any other idea what to check. You know what? I guess we could unplug the USB on the stick, right? And refresh that. We'll have to restart joystick gremlin again. Nope. Nope. Still got no pitch roller yaw. Gremlin's in the right mode. Let's see. Options, controls. Although, what am I doing? No. Key bindings, advanced. Then joystick. Vehicle, flight, movement. All right, and tools, input, repeater, turn it on. All right. Okay. So it's not changing the inputs. I don't understand. Where's yaw? Okay. So it's seeing the controls, right? The game is seeing the controls. But it's not. It's totally ignoring them in the ship.
Fracturing mode on. Mining mode on.
I don't understand. I feel like we're going to wind up having to claim the ship to get it to cooperate, which makes me worried about the bags, you know? All right, I hope it helps for you, Two Trees. I hope he gets it done. This is really strange. Well, we powered everything off. Let's get out of the seat again. No, dude. Bro. All right, everything's on. All right, now it's working. All right, I have no idea what caused that. And since we kind of tried everything... I gotta turn off the input repeater. Since we kind of tried everything and it didn't work, and then all of a sudden it did work, I don't know what to think. All right, all I know is we have control again. Star Citizen's being Star Citizen. That's all we can ask for, right? Is that the game's working now. So strange. You know what? I do think I'm going to take that as a sign, though, to go ahead and get out of this asteroid field. All right, we're going to go ahead and go to Cleo. We're going to go to Cleo and hit the moon. Probably literally. Hopefully not. We'll go look for some more corundum. Although I should have something in the neighborhood of 300 SCUs to turn in. I need to make sure we've got at least 334. And then I need to get some copper. Because I've only got 200 and something SCUs of copper. 200 and something? I think I've got 200 and something. Let's see, can I see? Assets. That turns in at... What is wrong with this shitty app? Right? It's like, can I please just use the app? This thing's worse than Knickknacks ever was. They've made it worse. Why can I not choose freaking Stanton? Why can't, I mean, clearly even Pyro isn't working. What a pile of shit. God, CIG. That's just embarrassing. It really is. Where'd that blue text go? That blue text is there. There it is. All right. I feel like it wasn't loading the style sheet, the CSS. Oh, man. Whatever. I am going to need to do some exploration with the modules, which, since they're limited time use, right? You only get to use them so many times and for so much time. I kind of feel like the prospector would benefit from having some kind of storage where we could store a couple of extra modules. But maybe I'm asking for too much. Oh, where am I doing? And it would be nice if right here I could just click to Clio and reroute to it. Everything feels cockeyed today. All right, you know what? I prefer to be on the day side. So we'll at least start to go around. That's not going to help me because that's on this side of the moon. We'll need to go around the moon. There we go. Wonderful navigation system you have here, CIG. It's wonderful. It's wonderfully bad. Whatever. I'm trying not to get ranty. I really am. I'm trying really hard. It's just a damn shame that this basic shit doesn't just work. Seriously. Third time's the charm, right? All right. Praise Pico. That's so bad. I'm like, do we go to the mountains? Or do we go over here to this little peninsula? That looks more interesting. I think we're going to go to the little peninsula. I wonder if there's some tip out there about where they suggest you actually go. Well, if it was, it would be here, right? Regolith. Where the hell's Cleo? There she is. Not extra information there? No. Okay, wait a minute. What? I feel like the AI response is totally wrong. This is actually kind of funny to me. It's just the AI thing is talking about yellow stuff. That's so funny. The Google AI. Yeah. Not really seeing anything that is giving me helpful information. But it's talking about an asteroid belt around Cleo, and it's like, Cleo doesn't have an asteroid belt. What are you talking about? Really? Why is this shit so bad, dude? If I double click on a moon, it should zoom to the moon in frame, right? So that I can see any of the POIs. Whatever. I don't know why I expect anything other than garbage from the navigation system. The map is an improvement over what we used to have, but it's incomplete. Okay, why are you not? You're showing me the signal and then it's falling off. Okay, the helpful bit, it's disappeared. The scan signal. This is showing 1900 or 1800 and then it's disappearing. Alright. Attack-a-mite. Attack-a-mite! Which is not what I'm looking for. Why the hell does it say the signal is 15,600? That's a big-ass number compared to what we were seeing before. That's a bunch of small minables. All right, let me see. Where's Regolith and the other stuff that y'all were showing me earlier yesterday? Okay, this says for... Oh, wait a minute. The Attack-a-mite will have some corundum. And so does obsidian. All right. Well, hold on then. And of course, it no longer has the known information about the scan signal that we just passed, which is kind of bothersome to me. I feel like it should remember the signal. Let's see, what is this one before we go to the Attack-a-mite? Also, I'm sure Attack-a-mite is not how that's supposed to be pronounced, but...
Shields on. Fracturing mode on. Mining mode on.
Alright. That one does not have what I'm looking for. So where's the other one that I just passed? I thought it was closer than this. Hello, can I have some composition, please? All right. Also not what I'm looking for. All right, let's see.
Mining mode off.
Obsidian is 1790, and the Attack-a-mite, whatever the hell it is 1800. So those are the kind of the ones that we're looking for. That's 1800.
Fracturing mode on. Mining mode on.
Come on. What is with this scanning shit, man? Thank you. It's really bad with being super slow to update. That's awful. And frankly, where's the some kind of progress bar, right? It shows what looks like a progress bar, but it's obviously not working. These are ROC minables, right? Terranite, all of that stuff might be worth mining for another purpose, but I'm definitely looking for something in particular, and none of this is it.
Mining mode off.
Good old Microtech off in the distance there. All right, that one says 1920. We'll definitely make sure we go that way in a minute. This one's right here, so.
Fracturing mode on. Mining mode on.
ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚖᚋ, is that actually updated? That seemed awfully early. I feel like it's filling in the composition information from the last rock while it's waiting to figure out what it actually is. Although that does look to be the same information now. This one should be an obsidian rock, I think. Oh no, this said 1920. I'm mixing up my asteroids with my rocks. That does have corundum in it though. All right. Where's the freaking, good grief, man?
Extraction mode on.
I just don't understand why it's so slow to do this stuff. It's pretty awful. And you would think there'd be a progress bar there somewhere to show, oh, I'm actually working to scan that stuff. But it's just kind of sit and wait. You know what I will need to look into is whichever module reduces inert. Oh man, it's only 18% of 4. It all adds up though, but it's definitely mostly Boreas. All right, we're gonna skip that one. Okay, I need to set something as an alt. You know, if we do modifier 2, we do modifier 2, right stick, it is button 1, right? Yeah, button 1, modifier 2. Button 1, mining, laser, swap. All right, and this is going to be left alt plus LMB. We're going to need a macro add why aren't you all right, whatever, you're a pain in my ass. Move it up. Mouse button, left, press. Nope, god damn it. Stop doing that. Mouse button, left, press. Mouse button, release. Except, well, yeah, because that's all it takes to switch. Save profile. All right, so if I do, no, why didn't that do the thing? That should have done. What? Oh, not A, you dumbass. Alt. Right? There we go. All right.
Fracturing mode on. Extraction mode on. Mining mode off.
Who can resist? Who can resist a signal on top of the mountain? apparite. How the hell? I mean, these have got to be... These are little, right? How the hell would you mine that? I guess if you had your ROC or your ship and you flew up next to it? It's kind of nutty. $9,600. I don't really understand what that big signal means. What is my okay, but that's an asteroid. Planetary RS 9600 is granite. All right, and granite could have corundum in it. Okay, all right. So we'll go over there and see. Yeah, this is the first time I've actually had to tone down the bright in a while. See, I feel like it should show composition somewheres there without having to pull the mining head. All right. Okay, so we're going to fracture this. Okay, wait, this says impossible. What does that mean? What's the mass on this? It's just too big? Is that what that's saying? Okay, that one says easy. This one says impossible. It's just too big, right? Yeah. All right. Well, that's unfortunate. We'll have to look into the modules for that too, I guess, because we can install them and then just choose to use them when we need them, as far as I understand, right? I somehow managed to bump my heavy ass throttle so that it moved. Okay, this says easy, but I can't budge this one either. Oh, nope, now it's charging. Whoa. See, this is why we need some kind of tractor beam field for the prospector, so we could crack these rocks and catch them in a tractor net, and then see if they're worth collecting. I don't know if I believe you on the 100% inert. Can I please have a composition reading? All right.
Extraction mode on.
Oh, that one's too big. My bad. Is that one actually inert? Maybe it is.
Fracturing mode on.
Dude, you're using the wrong throttle again.
Extraction mode on.
Come on. 50-50. All right, whatever. This is literally killing my soul with the slow composition read. That's so bad. I just want to see the progress bar do the thing, you know, and it's not. And that was so quickly too inert. Of course, maybe that was one of the previous rocks already scanned. Just not sure what the mostly corundum. No, that was because it was this one was the inert. Are you really inert? I just hope you're not lying to me. So that one's got corundum. Corundum. Come on. Just trying to decide if I believe it when it says it's 100% inert. That says it's corundum. Didn't I have a couple of pieces? Maybe that's them. That's the big one. Okay, so it's got to be these. You're inert, right? Hello? Oh, hello? McFly? No, you're corundum as well. All right, that one's inert.
Fracturing mode on.
All that's so irritating. So that's kind of the worst part of the ground mining, right? You don't have to worry about that shit in space. They just don't go that far. So definitely we need some kind of attractor net.
Extraction mode on.
Come on. Come on. Why did that just go out and come back? It was very strange. Come on, give me the information. I'm confused. It's not telling me I have to switch over, so why can't I extract it? There we go. And this one's inert. All right. And see, the other thing that's frustrating is we're in the middle of nowhere, so I don't have a way that I can save this location. We'll have to just fly up and see where we are and see if we can come back for the next load. Because there's definitely more rocks here. And then up around over the hill, well, that way, for you guys' view, there was another signal that's probably more of this granite.
Fracturing mode on.
Now, how can I tell? Okay, so that's the optimum range, right? We just get the bigger. All right. I was trying to tell how to be able to tell because the laser's listed to have an optimum range of 30 meters, right? And it just changed the size of the thing there to make it easier. However, I don't seem to be able to get any purchase at the optimum range, so. Whoa, 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 whoa. That was kind of a sudden acceleration.
Warning, power critical.
Come on. Come on, come on, come on. It's the instability stuff that gets to be really frustrating at times, right? I just want it to stay in the middle and it wants to fall off or then surge up. All right.
Extraction mode on.
Come on. Give me the composition on this little rock. Mostly inert with a little bit of ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚖᚪ᚞. Did they fall all the way down? I think so. A little ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚖᚪ᚞, mostly corundum. That's probably going to fill us up anyway. Yep. All right.
Mining mode off.
Okay, let's go back home to Arco 4, right? Yeah, that's where we were. Go get this stuff to the refinery. See how much we actually have. If I've got at least 334 refined, then we'll hit the copper. Although I guess we can probably hit the copper anyway, which means where? Where do we want copper from? Do I have a, I don't think I have a, bot command for Regolith. I should probably set one up. There's advanced regolith. All right, and that should work now, right? No, 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 no. That one's not going to work. What about regolith? It's not working either. Why not? What? What happened? What did I do? Right. Let's try that again. I guess let's do regolith since rocks was something else. And who is it? Who sets this up? This is red. Oh, Ray Chaser. All right. I'm mixing up somebody else's endeavors here. Just make sure we're relatively safe. All right. All right, let's try that again. There we go. All right. Except I really need to give that some kind of alias that I'll remember. Rocks won't do it, so let's just try mining, I guess, for now. That'll work. Yeah, all right. That'll help me remember it. I usually have to add at least one alias so that I can be sure I remember what's what. All right. Let's top off our fuel. Bumps and scratches. Can you open the door, please? Thank you very much. All right, we need to go ahead and store it because we gotta do the thing with the refinery.
Welcome to the ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚖᚱᚋ vehicle retrieval system.
Misc Prospector store.
Has been moved. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
I still don't have a vehicle marker. I wonder if that's a ship thing. Because I definitely had a marker with the what? With the Star Lancer. Feel like we definitely had a marker with the one of the salvage ships. It might have been both of them. That's really bizarre. I mean, that's one of the things I was really happy to see become reliable, right? Because if you need to be able to get back to your ship, it's kind of important that you have the marker. We didn't put our helmet back on, which didn't matter in this case, but it sure could have mattered. course, now I'm thinking I didn't have my helmet on. If that's why, is that why I didn't have a ship marker? I guess we'll pay attention to that. We'll put the helmet back on for starters. But I'll have to keep that in mind. It is a HUD element, right? It is possible it might have been hidden because I didn't have a helmet on.
Gatoma, please report to management as soon as possible. Gatoma to management.
This guy's been shopping here all day. All day. No, this is not where we want to be, dude. We need to be upstairs. Squirrel. All right. Set up work order. It's like, do I even want to refine this other stuff? Because you have to, right? There doesn't seem to be a way to skip. Because if you do the thing without, it just eats what's in the ship because it doesn't sort it. And I think you have no choice to separate selling either, right? You can't just sell some of it. You have to sell all of it. So that's kind of annoying. But I guess it makes sense. Because you're collecting it in, you know, en masse. All right, well, if I do just the... If I do just the corundum, it's 4,400. And if I do the other, it's like twice as much. And I don't know how much is any of that worth. ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚖᚪ᚞. No. Sell. If I sell it in Pyro, it's worth 7K-ish per SCU. That's only one SCU, but that's almost enough to pay. All right, that's fine. We'll go ahead and refine the extra as well. Okay. All right, do the thing. All right, and then our existing stuff. Can we not? We have to auto-load it to a ship. This is kind of frustrating as well. This should actually have an option to just send it to the local station inventory. This is old, actually. This bit here is dated. And this is part of the thing we were talking about earlier with sometimes you auto-load a ship and you wind up with boxes stuck in the hold, which hopefully I won't run into today, but this does give me 3574 on the corundum, which is enough. So we're definitely looking for copper next. right. Okay, and you know what? I did want to look at the modules. Catastrophic charge rate. So it looks like this would be the one that you'd want to use in general for cracking, right? Stampede does that as well. Oh, this is for extraction laser power? Does it speed up the... a less powerful extraction laser. So may slower to extract. Safer to shatter, but more power to do it. Dramatically increasing the optimal charge rate while also reducing the catastrophic charge rate. Module does have a downside as the shattering deposit may prove more hazardous. So, quicker to mine, safer to shatter, or harder to shatter, but more dangerous if it does. I'll definitely have to. Okay, there's the one with less inert. This is for size 1s. I assume this is for size 2s, right? Or is it? Yeah, it doesn't actually say. You would, that should kind of say, right? We haven't had a real huge problem with the inert, though. Charge window. See, these are more expensive, but is it just because they're more expensive? Or is it for the larger mining laser? I feel like the information here is not great. Of course, there's not a lot of great information regardless, right? Unless you already know what you're doing. I mean, that's a 40% boost. It's a 37, that's a 30%. But holy crap, it's a lot more expensive. I mean, this is 10 times more. This is more power at the cost of window size. That's only a slightly smaller window. Optimal charge rate. So this charges it quicker in the green, but makes the window slightly smaller. Okay, and this is passive, so it doesn't have a use time either. Oh, okay, I need to pay attention to that because that actually makes a huge difference as well. So this filter that just works. Okay, and now I am confused. It's like, because now I want to know, where's my ship? Vehicle. Prospector. Okay, so it's only got one slot on it, right? Slightly as powerful, significantly larger charge window, quicker charge, slightly smaller window size, which I feel like this is probably the one I'd want to use. That one just gives you more power, so I could see where that could be useful for hitting the larger rocks as well. Hey, how you doing, Chachi? Wider mining window for deposits. We made one run on Clio and got a pretty good load in the refinery. I'm trying to figure all this stuff out, right? Because I've done very little mining. As a matter of fact, the time that I spent mining yesterday is probably the most time I've spent mining. It's probably more time than I've spent mining ever in the last 10 years. So it's interesting. I'm just trying to figure out the module thing, because I knew there were some that were essentially consumables, right? Where you choose when to use it, and it's only got so much use and all of that stuff. I don't think I did realize that you also had these modules that were passive that just work. Yeah, I like the mining. The only nitpick that I've got about the mining is, well, okay, there's two. Number one, I hate ping and pray, right? I want improved scanning so that I can go down to a moon and scan and look for, I was looking for corundum earlier, right? Scan for corundum in general, and then use some scanning time to narrow down where I can find a large deposit of that potentiality, right? And then settle in and mine. I don't really like to do the fly around the moon and ping and hope I get the rock that I want. The scanning is better than it used to be now that I see, although to be honest, unless you see the information on a website, there's not enough info to help you in the right direction. So I'm not a big fan of the ping and pray, and it's the same thing in the asteroid field, right? But I can get over that because it's not as bad as it was 3-4 years ago when I last tried mining. The only other thing that I've got is the refinery. They really need to update all of that. Like, we shouldn't have to choose a ship to put the refine end result in. We should just be able to put it in the station. As a matter of fact, it should probably do the refining and then put it in the station inventory period anyway, so that we can load it on our ship whenever we want. So that's a little bit weird that's still that old methodology. But I was doing research last night and saw a number of posts of people talking about auto-loaded refinery produce getting stuck in ships, and then you kind of got to land your ship and hunt for it in the admin terminal, but whatever. That's just Star Citizen being Star Citizen. I like the loop. I like the mining mini game. With a little bit better scanning, I could definitely see myself doing it long term. And this is interesting to me, the modules and the added depth there. That's actually pretty cool. I like it. These gadgets, these only work on the asteroids, or can you put them on a big rock on the moon? Warning! Using more than one mining gadget per deposit can result in catastrophic explosion. I still want to be able to use something like this to explode turrets at bunkers too, I'm not going to lie. I haven't tried the gadgets yet. It is something I'll have to do. Yeah, I mean, that was one of the... Can you do those on regular deposits on a moon, or can you only use those on... what did I do? Can you use those only on asteroids? It's too bad I didn't have a way to save a marker from where I just was. I'd go back and see if I could use one of the gadgets to correct the big rock. You can use them on anything. Okay, all right. That's cool. That's cool. I'll definitely have to keep that in mind. I think I'm gonna add one of these. The XTR-L and the XTR XL. I see there's different stats, but can I use the XL on the size 1 laser, or is that a mole thing? Yeah, I would expect that would be it's like, well, I can't really crack that. Let me do the gadget. Just price difference? Okay. All right. Well, I think we're gonna put one of those on the mining laser and see. I mean, this is all mostly just checking it out. I do need to go mine some copper so that I can finish getting that mission done. Okay, good deal. Hey, how you doing, Cadmium? And earlier I did the thing with the pile of waste and the bags, so I got the Argo bags on the Prospector now too. Glad to hear that, sir.
Postponed until further notice.
But we made a run and got another chunk of corundum and some residual stuff in the refinery. I have enough in the C2 to take to Pyro Gateway for that mission, but I need a little more copper. Of course, I don't know how much more copper, because the Asset Manager app isn't working for me today, unless it is now. It is now. All right. Pyro Gateway open. Oh, but that doesn't... Really? That's so not helpful. I have no idea. No idea what size copper that is. I have a little bit of corundum, but I know it's not much. Oh, that's lame. It should just tell me what the container is. Just name it. That app is so bad. Where am I at? All right, I think I have about 200 copper, so I need 100 and something copper to go with. But we're gonna go and try and get a load of copper and get that refined. And then we'll have enough to turn in one of the medium supply missions, which is 3 mil or whatever, right, isn't it? Hell, actually, that's the large one, I think. Contracts. Priority. Yeah, that's the medium. The large is... It's not the right stuff. That one. Yeah, 13 million. All right. So I won't complain about that low payday when we get that done.
Welcome to the ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚌᚻ vehicle retrieval system.
Prospector, where you at?
Your vehicle has been. Please visit us again.
And we just put a module in the mining laser to help with the charge window and the inert. My coffee cup's empty though. And here I am doing it again. Charging in with the caution window still raised. I'm gonna fall through the hangar yet today. Can I have... All right. Before I take off, let me refill the coffee cup. Let me do that. I'll be right back, y'all. All right, we has returned. And you know what? I haven't decided where I'm even going yet. We go Hurl 1. We go Aberdeen. Michael 4 is supposed to have all the copper. Is that for real? I mean, obviously I gotta find rocks, but if that's not the pirate capital, I don't know what is. Okay, and Cruel 5. Well, it's interesting. All the Rabs as well have some. Do I believe that? I mean, that seems pretty incredible. Mike L4, Crew L5. Yes, actually, if you do... right there. I forget. I think it's Mike. I think it was Salty Mike that him and his guys use it. And it's got extra functionality that I don't know a lot about where you can plan. It reminds me of the IMI org app that people can use to set up squads and stuff. It looks pretty cool. So I'm sure there's more information there than I even know. That's L5. That's L3. L4. Wow, that's the middle of freaking nowhere. Okay, well, that's kind of interesting. Or Crew L5. Okay, well, you know what? I've never been to Mike L4, I don't think, so we're going to go that way anyway. We'll go there and see what the thing is. Buy back your expanse, you get the Prospector and Core Loaner, yeah. Oh, come on, chair. You're not quite exactly where you're supposed to be. My rug is getting old. It's gotten settled, and it's got little divots, and they get ready to roll, and it sticks on the divots. All right. Yeah, that would be cool. It would be cool to have that option, you know? Oh, wait a minute. I'm actually surprised those bags are still there. Because that's from earlier. You know what? I don't care. I just don't care. Obviously, I didn't care earlier. I don't really care now either. If they disappear, they disappear. If they're there the next time I land, since we'll be back here eventually, since my my corundum is in my C2 there. We'll be back, and if they're still there, I'll try and remember to put them back in the lift so that we're not throwing them away. Hey, Drew, how you doing, man? Away we go. Out of curiosity here, right? Let's see. If I went, let's see, where's copper again? Copper. Where's copper? Nope, that's not copper. Corundum copper. Okay, so we need 334 SCU for the mission, right? 300, come on, 334. It's interesting that it's already gone down, because it was like 13 something yesterday. Times, let's just call it 11,000. So you know what? Doing the mission is actually the wrong call, because you need that in both copper and corundum to turn it in. No, it's not the wrong call, because it's 13 million, not 3. Okay, so you get essentially twice as much if you do the mission. I will be curious to see how this sticks. I mean, you know, it's not exactly the same, right? I know that it's slightly different, but it should be close. Yeah, corundum's still showing about 11K as well. Because it was like 13,000 per unit earlier late yesterday evening. Okay, well, that's cool. That's good. So, I mean, even if you were to just sell it, if you couldn't get enough for the mission, it would be worth selling it for sure. We'll have to... You know, I guess what we'll do is we'll fill up, and then we'll go to Pyro Gateway to turn it in at the refinery there. Pyro Gateway has a refinery? I think it does, right? Yeah. All right, so we'll fill up on copper. We'll go there and put it in the refinery there and see how much we actually have. I think one load will be enough, though. Based on, I am sure I have more than 100 SCU at Pyro already. I think I have 200. And then we'll go back to Arkel 4, and by then maybe we'll even have the last load already refined of corundum, depending on how much messing around we do before we get there. But you know, you could definitely make some excellent money doing the industry, even just staying in Stanton, which is nice for the people that don't want to risk the pyrotechnics. I kind of wish there was more high yield mining locations in Pyro, and maybe there are more, and I'm not looking at all the information yet, but it would be kind of cool. Yeah, it was mined dry by the corporations, though, right? Oh, God. Wrong button. All the wrong buttons. All the wrong buttons. Right, so because it was not rich in deposits on a corporate scale, doesn't necessarily mean that there wouldn't be plenty of leftover deposits on a personal scale. You know, what is valuable to me as a miner, or even the mole crew, or frankly, even a single Orion is not the same as what the corporate might be looking for. Okay, that was debris anyway. All right. And I'm kind of like, should I be heading towards the large asteroid clusters or just skimming through the rocks in general? I really look forward to the long-range scanning stuff, which would probably make locations like this be less attractive because, of course, if it's listed as a place you know you can get it, there'd be more people there and you'd want to go someplace slightly more out of the way, probably, but I don't like this. So, well, we're just going to fly around and ping and hope that we see something. Yeah, people be happy with millions versus the billions or even trillions, right? We're talking about extrasolar, interstellar corporation. They're looking for gigundous freaking profits to validate their expenses, as can be evidenced by the fact that Pyro Amalgamated built many large space stations there. Yeah, it is kind of hard to imagine. And we're talking about corporations that probably have more wealth than the entirety of planet Earth has right now, you know? I'm not seeing any signals at all. A whole lot of nothing. We've got no echoes anywhere. Feel like I was lied to. Although, you know, in fairness, all that data in that sheet shows is that when somebody finds a rock, it's got copper in it. Doesn't say how often they find a rock. Well, kind of feeling like this was a bust. Maybe we'll head elsewhere. We still have plenty of fuel to go pretty much wherever. It's like, do we even waste our time heading to Krill 5, or do we just look for someplace else? I don't really want to go to Daymar. I feel like that's asking for trouble. We could try Pyro 1. Classic Ping and Pray Star Citizen gameplay. I mean, at this point, I would be gratified to see literally any rock that was an echo. All right, well, we're going to go elsewhere. Oh, man. Do I risk Daymar? Do I even bother with Krill 5? Arkhill 3. Maybe we should have gone to Euterpe since we were already at Cleo. Could be worse, like camping a kiosk. You are not wrong. We go to Aberdeen. It'd be kind of like going to our vacation home. All right, well, what's closest? We're kind of the ass end of nowhere. So I guess let's go to Euterpe. I didn't hate the moon thing. You know, I know that some people do solo mole mining, and I can't imagine what a giant pain in the ass that must be. Right? I mean, how do you... Because does the pilot doesn't even have the turret, right? The turret's a co-pilot and the two mining chairs. And I'm just thinking, how do you do the scanning? Because, I mean, I guess you can scan for the particular flavor of signal, but then you got to run over to the mining head, right? Yeah, there's 3 mining chairs. Okay. It's just that it used to be with the scanning, you could scan, you could find a rock, you could get close to it and get a composition. And you don't even get that, right, until you're in one of the mining seats. So for the mole, this seems like, good God, what a pain in the ass. Because, I mean, I actually really like the look of the mole. And with it having more storage and a larger mining laser, it is strange. The only thing that I think that's really a little extra weird about the Vulture is it being a separate ladder, a separate deck, right? It kind of would make more sense if you could go from your seat down the hallway to a balcony over the loading to push the button and tractor beam the stuff so you didn't have to go down the ladder. The ladder is like the one step that I feel like they would never design a ship that way, ever. Not Solo. That would not be a thing. But otherwise, who cares, right? Well, yeah, I understand, but like you go behind the seat, right, and then you go down the ladder, and if instead there was a little balcony somewheres where you could see it and tractor beam the boxes out without hitting the ladder, that would be the only thing that would make me. It's fine, right? It doesn't bother me using the ship, but it is one of those things where I go, there's no way it would be designed that way. And if I don't want it, I'll fly the Fortune. It's fine. It's just, it's kind of one of those things where I go, yeah, no. Like, you know, like the fact that I can't see the hangar doors when they're open. It's like, no, I'm constantly looking to see is the hangar open. This would never get designed this way. As much as this is really great, you should have the seat bracket underneath the seat so that window is actually open. You can scan from this pilot seat and then go down to the mining laser in hopes of what. Yeah, I mean, it's a little weird to me because of the way things used to be. I do think that you should be able to do scan composition without having to deploy a mining head. Well, it is one of those things. It's like, you know, you're really flying the wrong ship. But all right. Wow, what is that? Is that a distribution center on the moon? Yeah, I can see it. It'd be kind of, it's like, you know, going back and forth between the seats. That's big. That's very cool. It's like a port. It's on the lake. Oh, is it just a racetrack? I mean, I can believe that. It's cool. It's just, I was like, holy crap, I wasn't expecting to see a city on the moon. Yeah, okay. I see what looks like track markers. It's pretty cool. Very dark, though. At night, I feel like it could use some better illumination, because, I mean, this is with it off altogether. I do look forward to the global illumination refactor. I really do. All right. Let's see. 1520 is what? I don't even see that as a signal. Oh, 11,520. I'm blind. So that's granite, which could include but we're not looking for corundum anymore. We're looking for copper. And oh my God. All right. We're looking for copper now. All right. You're hurting my head in the background there. Stop flying around. I don't see copper in this list. I don't actually know who found this help sheet. That's not going to help me find copper, though. Okay, so ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ can still have copper. Where are you, Tirpe? Quartzite should have copper. Quartzite is 1820 and these other signals. All right. We're piecing together information. Why are these numbers so... There we go. 4340. $18.40, that was one, right? No, that's ᚻᚖ. Or nice. $18.20 is quartzite, though, right? Is that 18 or is that 19? I think that's actually $19.20, which is granite. $11,700. No. $49.60. No. $10,920. Okay, $10,920 looks like quartzite. That's $11,700, but that one up top, with a little bit of luck, will be exactly what we're looking for. Messer Technologies. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. All right, that's igneous deposit. That's not the one, right? No, we want quartzite, which I think is the one up above. These are quartzite. All right. Let's see if we can find some copper.
Mining mode on.
Come on, show me the composition. All right, we got some copper there. Copper, Grissium. Come on, composition, please. All right. Some of these, it looks like somebody shattered a rock here and didn't eat it all up. Oh my goodness. It's killing me with the slow freaking scan read without some kind of progress bar. There should be something somewhere, CIG, so that I know it's actually working. It's the new MFDs, killer. This is the Prospector. They've changed since 4.0. So they were different. Come on. All right. Well, it looks to me like the best rock was this one in the middle, right? 60%. Yeah. All right, so we'll break this one first. What am I doing? Why are we drifting? Is it the wind? It might be. Oh, it says it's impossible. It's too big. Of course it's too big. Damn it. All right, what about these other ones? $30. This one was almost 50%, right? Also impossible, of course. Fantastic. All right, well, we'll do what we can do, I guess. That's all we can do. Really? We're slowly building a charge. Oh. Oh, come on. I can't win for the lighting and being able to see. Damn it. Nope, stop that. Come on. Come on, show me the comp. Oh, of course, it's like mostly something else. Give me the copper. It's like there's copper in it, but it's all this other stuff too that I don't really want.
Extraction mode on.
That's practically no copper. No, that one's half. All right. Come on. %74 copper. To be honest, I don't know. I haven't actually done any mining before yesterday since like 2021. So I'm not sure how much is the same and how much is different these days. I thought I had heard that the unscannable, untargetable rock stuff had been fixed, but I'm not 100% sure. All right. Oh, there's copper in it. I guess we'll take that chunk, even though it's not really ideal. We can crack that one, so I guess we're going to hit it. What did you do that with the optimal window? Why did it change? That's very strange. Okay. Oh, you had unscannables yesterday? Great. Well, that sounds like Star Citizen, unfortunately. Come on, do the thing. I know as soon as I dial it down, you're going to drop off. Oh, stop. Stop overcharging. Stop overcharging. Yeah, we popped that one a little hard.
Extraction mode on.
Come on, show me the composition. All right. At this point, I'm just going to have to be not particular about the whole thing. As long as it's got any copper in it at all, I'm going to pick it up. Hey, sweet. Why did you not do the thing? Is it really inert, or are you lying to me? Come on. No. You didn't even budge. How am I supposed to believe that? All right.
Fracturing mode on.
Oh, wait a minute. It's now telling me just go ahead and suck it up. I got to pay more attention to what's going on. I'm like, why does that look different?
Fracturing mode on.
And impossible because it's too big. All right, I think that was all of them, right? All right, there was another. Well, maybe there wasn't. I thought there was another signal, but I think it was actually this one. Okay.
Mining mode off.
4340. Which I don't even see. Oh, that's gems. $7,200. That's ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚖᚪ᚞. Which I think it said could have copper at least someplace else. Didn't actually list it for ᚻᚪ᚞ᚻᚖᚪ᚞, I don't think, but we'll have a look see. I'm really annoyed with the whole lighting situation. I feel like these ships need better lighting. Not just the headlights. The headlights are probably fine, right? But illumination for underneath, or maybe all around the ship, right? Because if you're doing asteroids, you need to be able to see what's right around you too, if you're in space.
Fracturing mode on. Mining mode on.
Major torque imbalance. I obviously took some damage from that that harsh pop. Come on, show me comp. All right. None of that's what I'm looking for, which wasn't a surprise.
Mining mode off.
$18,850 or $8,850. It's not in the quartzite list. 7440. It's gems, which I think I already looked at that. Yeah, we're doing some mining. We did a run at, and good morning, Camille. We did a run at Cleo and topped off our corundum. We're looking for some copper now. In fairness, I don't really know where's a good place to look for stuff, right? It used to be if you were in the light spots or the dark spots of this moon or that moon, it gave you a clue. And I'm sure that's probably still a thing, but it's gems. But I don't know. I don't know where what is on any moon anymore. 8,200. What is that? I don't see that on the list. Is that 92? Oh, never mind. It's 9,200. Which is nice or nice or however you say it. Yep. $91, $72.80. $72.80 is quartzite, and so's 9,100. Hopefully we can get us some copper here. No idea what that is. Probably another miner, right? This looks like shit somebody else has already cracked, right? No, 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 no. God damn it. Dude. I don't know why I did that, because that was not the button I pushed.
Fracturing mode on. Mining mode on.
We're probably following in that guy's wake. Which means we should probably move along someplace else. There's a little copper in there. A little bit in there too. Too much inert though, which is probably why these chunks are left behind. Oh, that one's not terrible. Nope, wrong button.
Extraction mode on.
Boy, the wind is definitely pushing me along. Come on, give me the composition, please. Mostly copper. A little bit of extra stuff in there. A little bit of inert. I'm not as particular as that guy, I guess. Also mostly copper. Although I guess it could have been somebody else that cracked it. All right, now where's these other rocks, right? They're probably going to be too big for me. Yep, of course. Is it really all inert? Yep. Too big. All right, how about this little one? I'm not sure I believe you and you go straight to inert. Come on. Yeah, sure. We'll take it. We're almost full just on the scrap shit, though. I wonder how much copper I'm actually going to have in the mix. It says 25 SCU. Arg. You know, just one more little scrap would have been nice. We're gonna see if this guy left any scrap behind that we might want. I also want to see. Oh, it's a freaking constellation. All right, so he's clearly not actually mining, unless he's doing ROC mining or something. What the hell's unknown here? Oh, okay. Hand minables. Man, what's the signal on the blob there, man? Hey, Loki. Loki. Oh, hush. Obviously, our delivery is arriving. 10800, which was ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚖᚋ. I don't understand why we're not getting a, although I guess it could be. Now, why am I not seeing any identifying signal frequency, whatever the hell they call it, on any of these other blobs? All right, there we go. 8850. It's like shale. Very strange. $13. I don't see it. It's not what I'm looking for, though. I don't know. I mean, to be honest, my mining today is totally targeted. I'm looking specifically for copper, right, for the mission, because it's all super expensive right now because of the low supply. So I don't actually know. Okay, that must be a ship over there since I see signatures. 7360, which is Nice. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, if I have 334 SCU of copper and corundum to turn in, I can get paid $13 million for that seasonal mission. Yep, there's the ship, whatever it is. $14,720. That's quartzite. Hopefully there's some small rocks. I mean, we really are almost full anyway, right? I got like 1.1 SCU of space. Wait a minute. That's not what it said. I thought the signal said it was 14,720. Maybe that's it still. Nope. That's Dolabine. I'm confused now. I could have sworn I was on a signal that was headed straight towards
Mining mode off.
really did. I thought I was headed at something that was supposed to be granite or quartzite. I continue to be confused about these freaking signals not showing me the number. What is the deal there? How's this supposed to work? See, there's a number, 1950. But now all of a sudden those other ones that I previously scanned aren't giving me a number. All right. Well, whatever. We're going to go off this way for a minute. I just wanted to top off with like one tiny rock of copper. It would have been nice. I know I'm probably wasting my time though, and I could just be done, but what the hell is 1880? This has got to be gems. That's a small number. Yeah, they are. Dolomine. $12,380. No. 9,200 is Nice. Try to break them with the mining laser. I'm sure they'll shatter instantly. Those are crystals as well. You saw someone do it, yeah. True. Not especially good for that. 8850. It's not, that's ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚖᚪ᚞. 7200 is ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚖᚪ᚞, which doesn't seem to have any copper in it on wherever I am. Euterpe. Really? You didn't even blink. 1920, that's all I didn't even see it. That's got to be crystals though. That's small, right? $7,200 was the takamite again, right? Right, we need 7,280. 11,520. That's granite. I know, right? Absolutely truth. It's ridiculous to have to hunt for this kind of information on a third-party website. ⚻⚖⚗⚻ is a ⚻⚗ again. Oh, good grief, dude. $37.20, that's got to be, yep, gems. $27.20. I don't even see that number. ⚻⚗. I guess it's just because I'm closer. $89.50. $9,200 is Nice. Yeah, well, you're not wrong, right? I mean, here we are. We have a whole community of people deciphering this information, right? But CIG can't be bothered to give us a clue, even though they must have the information to generate the signals, right? Give us a fucking tool to be able to learn this stuff. It's got to be gems again. $9,100. All right, that could be quartzite. Just show me some damn copper, please. Yeah, Daymar was one of the locations I was considering. To be honest, I'm used to Daymar being a hotspot for conflict as a low flyer and a criminal habitually at times. Everything's a little bit different with Pyro in place now, of course, but that was part of the reason I didn't go to Daymar. All right, you know what? It doesn't even matter at this point. We're almost full anyway, so. Oh, it's impossible. Pay attention to the readout there, bro. Too big for me. That's what she said. Also too big. We're definitely going to have to pick up some of those gadgets. Come on. Yeah, some of it's awful, right? And it's like now I can read the UE, but it's difficult to see anything else around what I'm doing, you know? We had an optimal Windows surge there for a second. I don't know what happened. Whoa, 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 come on. I want the overcharge to bleed off. Come on. Just hang it. No, 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 no. Stop that. Oh my God. So frustrating. All right, just give me a chunk of copper. We're almost full anyway. All right. Just wanted to see the one last rock. Good grief. Brown something medium, yeah. I don't know. It's a combination of things with the Yui that's so frustrating. All right, do we have enough fuel to get to Pyro Gateway, or do we need to make a pit stop? Oh, we have enough fuel. All right. I need to see how much copper I already have there anyway, so I'd like to believe that we have enough, but I don't see how we could. You know, now that I'm paying attention to the math again, I don't think I have enough corundum either for the large. Because I was thinking I do, and then I realized, you know what? I think you're adding a, you're missing a decimal place, misplacing a decimal place, old man. So I don't think I have anywhere near as much as I thought I did. But we'll see what we have, and maybe adjust our expectations on what we can do as far as completing the mission today. Oh, while we're en route here, I need to check that delivery. We'll do this, and I'll be right back. Filled your Starlancer with 200 SCU and went to fly. And the ship was stuck in preview. I had some weirdness going on with this Prospector earlier, too. Where, now I play dual sticks. And my strafes worked, my left stick worked, but I couldn't pitch yaw or roll. Powered the ship up, powered it on, stored the ship, resummoned the ship. I wound up eventually powering it off, getting out of the seat, getting back in, powering it back on, and then suddenly it started working. So it didn't make any sense to me. At first I thought it must have been my joystick grumbling. Because I rebind my axes through that. But even resetting that didn't change anything. It was just all of a sudden it decided to start working. So I don't know what to think. Star Citizen is still Star Citizen. All right, I got to get in the hangar, and then I'll have to hit the kitchen again real quick. We got everything in the kitchen, but I don't want to sit loitering outside Pyro Gateway. So we'll get into the hangar, and I'll take just a second to move to the refrigerator, step 2 to refrigerator, and maybe refill my coffee cup again. Hangar request completed. I still feel like those messages are just all really bad. It really should be a progressive message, right? Hangar assigned, and then once the door's all the way open, it should say, then the hangar request is completed. Or gateway established, or doors are open, or something that's actually meaningful.
Landing gear down.
All right, and of course we've got missing audio. We don't hear any of the sounds that we should be hearing as we actually land. Complete. Doors aren't closing audibly. Of course they are. We didn't get the landing complete. We didn't get any of that shit. We'll have sound again once we get out of the ship, which is... I would almost rather that they just rolled back whatever fix they put in that was supposed to help with the audio overlap between hangars, because the dead silence is worse.
Welcome to the ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚖᚱᚋ vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has please visit us again.
We have a ladder, but we still don't have a ship marker. I don't understand why... we do have the helmet on this time, right? Yeah, so it wasn't the helmet thing. I don't know if it's just broken on the Prospector or what. Oh, tell you what, we can look real quick to see what we've got in the way of copper. So those are 32s. We got 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I do only have about 100 SCU of copper.
Someone from accounts, please contact management. Accounts, contact management. Thank you.
The refineries are pretty cool. You know what? Whatever. Just do it all. Just do it all. Yep, don't even care. Just do it. Don't care how expensive it is. All right. Just get her done.
Someone from accounts, please contact management. Accounts, contact management.
And how big are these gadgets? What I really want is just one to help me blow shit up, right? Reduces resistance. Seems like that might be the best option, right? It's just... I mean, if it's too big, it's too big. But... although I can totally see how that would be useful too with the instability. Now, if I want to buy those, is there room for one in a backpack? Looks like yes. And how much room does it take up in the backpack? So 20-something%. So we could only carry like 2 in our pack. Maybe 3 if we empty all the other shit. Let's just see. Of course, we could always switch to a larger backpack, but just kind of curious. That should be pretty much full, right? And they don't stack, I assume. All right, well, that's food for thought. All right, let me look here again. That work order is going to get me just 22 SCU cargo of copper, which is not a lot, which is definitely not a bunch extra. All right. Yep.
Management just wanted to make a general announcement to check your valve systems.
I have a new appreciation for how much time it takes to gather the resources as a miner versus just buying the cargo, right? I hope that the adjustments that they made to the buy cost on the commodities is actually enough to make things fair for the salvagers and the miners. Like I said, I do like the mining minigame. The biggest problem that I have right now is just the ping and pray. I hate that shit so much. Even having some idea where stuff is, I mean, you still have to fly around and hope that you actually get to see the rock or asteroid that you're looking for. And I mean, what I ran into back there in Utirpe was I would find the rocks that I'm looking for and they were too big for my prospector to crack. Maybe the gadgets will help with some of that, I don't know. But so you spend all this time searching and it's kind of like spending a bunch of time to go to a mission and the NPCs don't spawn. Or they do spawn and you kill them and they don't count towards your progress. That kind of shit is super frustrating to me. Don't waste my time, right? If I'm going to invest time on getting something, it needs to be a steady progress. I need to get some kind of return for the investment of my time. And the ping and pray shit is the thing that will keep me from doing mining at length because it's bullshit. It just is. It's like, you know, I'm going to fly over to Daymar and I'm going to hope that NPCs spawn at one of these outposts so I can kill them and get paid for a bounty. That's nonsense. That's terrible game design. And you guys that have been doing it on the regular, I admire your tenacity. So I don't know. Not sure what to think there. I'm sure that as I do it more over time, I'll get a better grip of where's the right place to actually look for the commodities that I want to mine. But as somebody just trying to dive into this for the seasonal event, all I can do is laugh, right? I can laugh at CIG seems to think there's this fantastic narrative going on with this. There's not, right? You're barely sharing the narrative to us. And in the events, it's like, you know, the people that just want to haul, right? The haulers, they get to go stand in line and wait to expend exorbitant monies to buy commodities so they can turn the mission in. So they're not spending their time hauling, right? The scrappers are probably the ones that have the easiest time of it. At least you can just go grab a mission, scrap and salvage, which is probably what I'll go do here soon. The miners, I said, I don't have a lot of experience. If you really want to mine, then you're really going to mine. But the whole ping and pray thing, it gives me fits, man. It gives me fits. Because it's like, you know, at least if you're playing World of Warcraft, right? Yeah. At least, like, if you're playing World of Warcraft and you're gathering, right? Then you probably have a map that shows here's where nodes spawn. I'm going to run along this route and I'm going to hit the nodes that are there, right? you don't really have that in Star Citizen. It's like I know that if I go to Euterpe, I should be able to find quartzite and mine it and extract some copper out of that. But there's also other rocks there that I don't care about. So I'm searching not only for quartzite rocks that I can mine, but they've got to be small enough that I can hit them with my prospector, right? So it feels like shit to me as somebody who's just a casual miner, because I enjoy the mining mini game, you know, making sure I can get close enough and adjusting the throttle and watching for the spikes and all of that is kind of fun. But searching for the rocks, man. Like I said, I know the people that do it on the regular, they have a better idea where to find the material to mine, right? For me, it's all right. I'm going to go over here and I'm going to hit dude's website here and I'm going to look and see where should I be able to get copper, and ⚻ᚖᚘ᚞ᚻᚖᚱᚋ supposed to have some, but you know, supposedly Mike L4 did too. And we searched for 10 minutes and didn't find a single rock. I mean, granted, if we'd have found a rock, it probably would have been copper, but we didn't find a rock. You know? I mean, you know, maybe I'll go ahead and go to Daymar. At least I enjoy the atmosphere there. It's really frustrating to me. Yeah. I mean, like I said, the mining minigame is something I enjoy. The shitty lack of real scanning is what I hate. So I don't know, man. I mean, it's like Arkel 3 is supposed to have some copper rocks. Cruel 5 is supposed to have some. I mean, you said you got yours at Daymar. I mean, it's not even that high. There's plenty of other stuff, but maybe it's a better place to find it overall. I just don't know. Part of me is like, well, let's at least go to Pyro 1. Let's go someplace different. You know? But I don't know, man. I honestly think I prefer the asteroid mining with the prospector, because I don't like the whole let's crack the rock and then watch all the rocks roll downhill and wait for them to stop so that I can then see which ones do I actually want to tap, right? That's kind of irritating too. I really do think that prospectors, or there needs to be some kind of gadget. It could even be a gadget we place, although granted, I'm not sure how you would place it on the side of a mountain, right? To catch some kind of tractor net to catch the rocks before they fall down. Because if you could deploy that easily, then you could at least catch them, assuming you could place it in the right place, and stop them and scoop them up real quick before the tractor net powers down and they fall out. I don't like that whole, you know, nodes are at the top and it's just trickle, 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 trickle. Let me wait for it to all hit the ground and settle. That's kind of irritating too. That and the fact that this information is nowhere in the game, right? That's bothersome to me as well. The scanning will help a lot of this, because they'll be able to go, you know, go to a location, scan the planet or the moon and go, all right, what's in the area? What can I find here at all? And then try and narrow my focus and see, okay, where can I find copper? Here's a big field that says there's low levels of copper in this area. We'll scan that area and find a more concentrated deposit and then settle in and mine. That's what I'm looking for, right? Without this tool at all, like if this community tool didn't exist, no, you wouldn't catch me mining, which is why, you know, I tried it in 2021 and was like, nah, Nah, melted my, well, I didn't melt it. I CCU'd my prospector or something else. I was like, no way. All right, well, you know what? I'm going to think on that for a second. I got to go put that stuff in the refrigerator. I will be right back. You know, the more that I think about it, the more I'm actually baffled by CAG. Right? Can you just imagine a new player coming to the game? Right? And they're like, oh, wow, this game's got mining, no loading screens. It's a space game. I can go around and do whatever I want to do. Right? I can go mine asteroids and moons and be a space miner, right? And they hop in their ship and go, okay, where do I mine? And they go, let's see, let's look at the map. Okay. Somebody said I can mine at Daymar. All right, so let's go look at Daymar. Okay, how do I know where to go? Okay, I don't see anything that tells me. Where do I mine? Okay, let me look at the map. All right, it's like, okay, security, ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚖᚋ mining facility, SCD-1. Okay, so I'm going to go there. Right? And then what? And then what? A new player is going to have no idea what to do, right? Somebody's going to go, yo, hey, I'm at Daymar near ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚖᚋ SCD-1, mining facility SCD-1. Where do I mine? All right, and people will tell them what? Fly around and ping and look for rocks, or they'll go to regolith.rocks and yada yada. Go look at this Reddit thread that gives you a clue what the signals are. And dude's going, wait a minute, go to a website. How do I do it in game? How do I find this information in game? And they go, you can't. Right? I mean, it's awful. It's terrible. It's absolutely just freaking terrible. If it wasn't for the community tools, even mining, as relatively complete as the loop is now, is trash. There is no way to get started in it without somebody telling you what to do. I mean, literally, as far as the game universe is concerned, there's no encyclopedia you can go look at to give you a clue. There's no map. There's no picture that says, go to Daymar and go to the dark spots, right? That's where you want to mine. There's none of that. None of that exists anywhere in the game, not even the vaguest clue. I mean, and as an example, the star map is kind of the worst of the worst, right? If I go to Daymar and look at it, there is nothing anywhere at all in this map that gives me a clue what kind of resources I might find on this moon. Nothing. Anything that would give you a clue how to actually pursue your career is absent. Are we going to get any of that within the next 2 years before Squadron 42 goes live? Because if not, it almost doesn't matter have they fixed all the inventory and stuff, right? Because you won't have any idea what to do with the gameplay. I mean, are we going to have guild missions to say, yo, we need you to go mine some copper. You can find it in Stanton over here, somewhere's on Daymar or Euterpe or whatever. I mean, is that even going to be a thing? Are we anywhere near that? I really am. I'm completely baffled at the lack of progress in that regard. Because to be honest, like I said, I have not mined since 2021 up until yesterday. And it was kind of the same thing then, 4 years ago, right? It might even have been 2020. But 4 years ago, I was like, okay, where do I go to mine? And I think at the time it was like, well, you're looking for whatever you were looking for. And it might even have been Quantanium at the time. Go to here, jump to there, cancel out, and you should be in the belt, right? And then just fly and scan and look for rocks. And at the time we had the big square boxes, right? So you'd scan, you'd find a square box and you'd move towards it and get close and hope that it was the asteroid that you wanted to mine. Because there were no tips then either. Nothing in the game, nothing. So 4 years in, and as far as actually creating an environment for new players to learn how to do this stuff, Nothing has changed. Nothing. That's kind of bad, right? Now, the people that have been mining all along, they've absorbed all of this knowledge and they have some idea what to do, and they're super helpful, right? The people that I'm talking to in chat here, most often you can get friendly advice in global as well, right? Obviously, the community tools are fantastic, but CIG has done jack shit to actually make the gameplay accessible. That's terrible. That's depressing. That's heartbreaking. I mean, really. And to be honest, it's not the only loop that's got that problem. At least the salvage loop, you can go, okay, just pick up a salvage mission. It'll tell you right where to go, right? You go straight to this area, you scan for the ship, you salvage the ship, you're good, you're golden. It's easy to get started because the first time that I've really done salvage was just the other day too. And what did I do? I took a mission and I went and did it, right? Totally a completely different experience with the mining. So where are the mining missions to help people learn how to do stuff, right? You could even have, you know, the guild wants you happen to be in Crusader, head over to Daymar, head over to Yella, wherever. Go do some mining of this particular kind of rock because that's what's going to be available there. And you can learn that that's what you find at Yella. That's what you find at Daymar. That's what you find on ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚖᚪ, right? Somebody should be putting the time in to add that kind of mission content now, right? To at least get people started with the basics. They eventually need to do far more with the scanning, and they need to do more with explaining to people how to find the rocks. But at least if you were given a mission that said, here, go to Daymar and scan for whatever and mine some copper, right? You could even give them an area. Say you're going to go to this area on Daymar, mission marker, boop. You land right there and you go, there will be this kind of rock in the area. Scan for it. Fly around and scan for it. At least then you'd have a thread to grasp to get started. That really actually needed to be added years ago now because mining has been quite a complete, it's not a complete game loop, but it is one of the most complete game loops with one of the most depth, right? But no missions to give you a helping hand, to point you in the way at all. That's terrible. That really is terrible. Frankly, it's negligence, right? And I understand they got a lot going on, and I don't think it's malicious, but they take for granted that the community will point the way. And while I appreciate that the community does that, CIG should in no way, shape, or form take that for granted. If for no other reason, because a lot of new players won't ask, right? New players don't immediately hop into the game, especially not in the modern video game community, right? And go, yeah, I don't know how to do this. How do I do this? Which, because you get what? Not necessarily in Star Citizen, but in a lot of games, you get, oh my God, what a fucking noob, man. Go Google this. Let me Google this for you, right? You fucking loser. You're too stupid to learn how to play. Get out of here. You get that. Not always and not in every game, but, you know, go play, you know, COD or one of these deathmatch games or whatever, right? And ask questions and see if you don't get lambasted for it. You get it some in Star Citizen as well, but you probably get more voices that will go, no, yo, dude, this is how you do it. This is how you get started. And that's great. It's one of the things I love about the Star Citizen community. Even the trolly, salty PvPers in general have got a helpful inclination because they don't want people to leave the game, right? So I don't know, man. It's like that needs to be a priority because if they really want new players to come into mining, because my whole experience the last 2 days has overall been good, but it's only been good because of community tools, right? Without the community tools, would have been no, I'm not messing with this at all. And I'm a little frustrated even with these tools, that I don't really have a good path to learn other than just keep trying. How you doing, Operator Fish? 07s. 07s. Just, you know, we're just talking about, I've been mining since yesterday, and overall I enjoy the mining minigame. I absolutely hate the ping and pray nonsense, which is definitely still a thing, although at least there are tools to give you some idea where to go to ping and pray. But even here, right, if I know I want to do ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚖᚋ, it would be kind of nice if I could click here and get some kind of tips about where might I find the corundum. In fact, it would be kind of nice, and maybe it's in this tool somewheres. Right, let's see, this is surface. Oh no, we're unchecking surface, unchecking asteroid. There we go. Right, it would be kind of nice if we were able to then go, okay, what kind of rock do I need to mine to get corundum? Because it's not going to be labeled corundum. Right, now I guess that's here. But I mean, you look at all of this information, it's like, what is this? This is not what I expected, right? This looks like an ingredients list in something that you buy at grocery stores. I mean, this is solid information to know, you know, how big a shit can I do? Here's some radar signatures to look for so you can find that kind of rock and all of that, but doesn't actually, because these are the asteroids. Well, what about the, it doesn't actually say, oh, here we go. All right. These are more types. These are deposit types. Okay. All right. So atacamite has corundum and copper in it. All right. So, all right, there's the information I'm looking for. It could maybe be linked a little bit better, but I understand why it's sorted the way it is. But this information should be available in game. Without these tools, it's actually ridiculous to try and do this content that baffles the shit out of me. And I guess this is okay. Well, that's cool. So if you have a signature while you're at the moon, you can search for it right here. This regolith rock site is really nice. As far, it has a little bit of a learning curve on its own, but it's Star Citizen, right? So for anybody that wants that link, you can either do mining or you can do regolith. If anybody wants to bookmark that, super useful. But again, this information needs to be available in the game. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's all a little bit strange to me. All right, well, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to, what chips do I have here? I think the only thing I've got is the prospector, right?
System.
Yeah. No. All right. Well, you know what? We'll take the prospector and we'll go back to ArcL 4 and pick up the refined materials that we have there and bring them here. And then we'll decide what we're going to do. I don't know how much more mining I'm going to do today. We'll see. If it wasn't for all of the ping and pray, I would definitely just dive right in and continue. But I'm thinking maybe about either jumping on some combat missions or doing some more salvage.
To the ASOP
I guess I'm a little too ADD these days to spend all that time pinging and praying.
Your vehicle has been. Please visit us again.
All right, we need to hydrate. All right, can we put the empty here, or is there room for it? Maybe. Because we need them to stack if we're gonna, if we're gonna abuse the bugginess. Oh, no, it figures it stuck it there. All right, well, can I do it there then? Looks like. Hey, it fixed my, it fixed the weird wear and tear on the engines. It's all magically all cured now. That's kind of weird. No, you're not. All right. You're just going to be difficult. All right, that's fine. We'll have to offload those mining gadgets anyway if we're not actually going to mine. Where's the storage? No storage on the... It says storage. What do I gotta do? Do I gotta... No? Where's the storage for the prospector? The Fortune's got storage. Well, that's just sucky. That's storage. Really? Not interactable, though? CIG, bro, come on. The stuff you've got done in the Fortune should have been done to the Prospector, too. That's really weak. That's weak. All right. Hello? Can I have a, let me guess. Yep. Nope. Interesting. It's not... He's not in front today, but how come it's not... Maybe they fixed that already. There we go. Alt-N wasn't giving me a call ATC. Okay, so we need to go RKL4. Obstructed. Of course it's obstructed. Why would I expect to actually be able to navigate in Star Citizen? Madness. Madness. Come on. That's just crazy. You insane old fool. Navigation system still public enemy number 1. Now we're standing in line because Wait Citizen is real. You know, even though we're in a small ship, in a small hangar, and there should be like, I don't know what, 8 hangars available. Did it actually route us? It looks like it did. Can I go to L4 now that the door's open? No. Of course not. Of course not. Is that door really open? Wherein is the question?
clear to launch.
I'm glad I'm clear to launch because I'm already gone, bro. Oh my God, the stutter. All right, let's redirect. Because now we can, now we can make that jump. Why we couldn't before? Who knows? Don't ask those questions. Insanity! Insanity. How could you expect stuff to just work? That's nuts. I saw some interesting stuff in the monthly report. Just looking at it this morning. If I could manage to actually click what I'm trying to click. Where's the where the hell's the damn oh dude, I swear. What the hell's it called? Where they have the communication stuff. The comm links. There we go. Monthly report. There's some pretty interesting stuff in here. There's some stuff in there that just makes me go, yeah, okay, whatever. You guys are just talking gibberish. Show me the money. Make the AI actually work, right? And then I'll believe that you guys are getting all this AI stuff done, right? Although we are supposedly getting some upgrades to the ATC AI at Grimhex, which is okay, cool. They're working on stuff that's supposed to make the animations make more sense. That's great. They're working on stuff that's supposedly going to stop the NPCs from doing that thing and the monsters, the critters like the Copians, from stopping instead of just moving to where they need to go. Like if they're targeting you and you change directions, if you stop and move, it tends to make the NPCs stop and recalculate, right? They're supposed to stop doing that. This is supposed to fix that so that they will instead just redirect towards you. So that's good to see. There was a few things, though, that I was like, well, that's actually good. I'm glad to see that that's a thing. I am a little bit concerned about this. They're adding misfires to rapid-fire weapons, which I'm totally expecting to become a nightmare when they ramp it up too high and you go to fire your clean, fresh P4 assault rifle at a bunker the first time and it misfires on the first round. Right? I don't know what the algorithm is going to be like. Maybe there'll be ways so that won't happen right away, but it makes me worry. I hope that that's one of those things that maintenance will prevent or at least minimize and mitigate. Let me get landed. But like I've been having the conversation with people when it comes to the item replacement stuff that we're supposed to be getting now soon, TM in 4.1, that's going to be in in EPTU or PTU. I don't even actually know whether it's open to everybody, but it's just Evo right now. But we're supposed to be seeing previewed soon. Tier 0 is going to be a nightmare for anybody actually interested in having challenging content. I don't know what to think. I think it's going to be really bad. I understand why some people are just excited about it and that's it. But I think the implementation that they're discussing right now is really bad. It's just going to turn into a Zerg fest to people that are just fully already equipped and ready to go when they hop out of the med bed. I think that's awful. Turn the engines off. Well, I mean, the thing is that misfires is probably one of those things that's included in Squadron 42, right? If you don't maintain your weapon or if you pick up a junk weapon, it's probably going to be an issue, right? But anyway, I was worried about seeing that. Overheat animations are added or improved for some Volt weapons, which we haven't even seen yet. I'm sure Volt guy is super excited, though, right? The guy in Spectrum Volt guy, he's probably super excited. Oh my God, we're talking about Volt. It's coming soon. Because I think it's in the list for 4.1 anyway, right? Engineering gameplay. Team added panels to the engineering screen to show critical information when items are selected, which I hope will mean the return of some kind of MFD in a ship that can show component health, right? We've been talking about that lately, the stuff that used to be in the game that's missing now, right? So I hope that's a thing. They also adjusted presets to enable UE pop-ups and reduce duplication and fixed various issues with presets on screen UI. I don't know exactly what any of that means, but we're working on UE stuff for engineering, so soon. We need all of that. The resource network stuff and all of that needs to be a thing. Progress was made on base building. Now, this is something that I thought was really interesting, right? With the devs identifying and fixing various bugs, particularly in the client server flow. Validation for buildings, place, and land claims and began and localization strengths were implemented. So we are working actively on base building. Regarding crafting, the core feature is now playable using the developer UE. Now, we can craft in our Fortune and our Vulture now. So that isn't necessarily news. But they can now, with the developer UE, use blueprints, variable material quality, and adjust timers, as well as resource-dependent stats. Okay, so this means essentially the feature is complete. Right? We just don't have a user interface for it yet. And this is obviously in a dev build, not in live. Right? A basic queue to craft multiple items it was also added. Right? So you can, all of that is coming soon. I do actually think that we'll get more crafting stuff and maybe even rudimentary base building before the end of the year. How relevant is that to anything? Time will tell, because there's so much stuff that's still broken and missing. People will be excited about it, though. Elsewhere, the team implemented basic AR marker grouping logic to reduce the amount of UE clutter in various simulations. I worry about anything that controls UE clutter because CAG seems to do really bad shit when it comes to UE clutter. As an example, if I take a combat mission in a ship, the mission marker I don't know what I'm feeling, some kind of vibration. Maybe it's just me moving. The mission marker tacks on top of the target ship, right? And to reduce clutter, it doesn't add another header or anything. It replaces the existing red aggro target marker stuff, including replacing the range information, right? So every time CIG talks about reducing clutter, I expect a clusterfuck. Because can you please fix the mission markers on targets so that we still retain basic information like range, right? Talk to me about that before you start talking to me about reducing clutter somewhere. Anyway, a strike team was formed to deal with the underlying issues affecting the transit system. We know that they improved some stuff with the transit system that's supposed to help trains and elevators, and it does look like it did. This is talking about stuff that got done in February, just to be clear, right? They worked on some of the poor performance shit in Pyro, and it got better. That's good. Yeah, none of that's really super interesting. Elsewhere, the team continued the initiative to improve the flight model in an IFCS. I'll believe it when I see it. This all basically says that they've added some jerk and some stuff that's supposed to smooth and improve the performance that you expect when you're flying your ship, especially when you're going from one vector to another with one map to another, whatever. You know, I'll believe all that shit's actually better when it's better, and we have something that they say, hey, here we go, this is our current RC for the flight model. Because right now, all of it just isn't relevant, at least not to most of us. Bleeding edge combat pilots probably notice those kinds of changes and go, oh, this is good, or oh, that's bad. But, you know, us guys that are not bleeding edge, we're just not seeing a whole lot of change. So, you know, please figure your shit out, CIG, and settle on a flight model. Whether it's good or bad at this point, I almost don't care. Just settle. Stop changing it every couple of months so that we can figure out how we're going to play the game and set our expectations accordingly. Core gameplay also began work to allow vehicle interior components to be detectable and started a minor refactor on how nearby influencing signatures are handled. This is something we definitely need for vehicles, and the influencing signatures nearby are going to be like, you know, am I in a clump of trees? Am I in a cave? Am I behind an asteroid? Are we near a magnetic field? All of those are relevances that I am glad to hear that they're working on. Began implementing additional hooks into the room system. This will enable the design team to define background signatures. All right, that's all signature stuff again. What I actually want to hear is, when are we going to be able to get an add-on for our hangar so that I have a vehicle garage so I don't have to respawn my ship every time I want to spawn a ground vehicle in my hangar? The inventory UE rework progressed with new concept art. This is an ongoing initiative to address the many visual user experiences and the irritations we have with the inventory UE, because the inventory UE is pretty terrible, including how players equip items on their character. I really hope CIG does something better than we currently have. Oh, we're still in the ship. Let me get out of the ship. Because I'm over the god-awful, what should be a paper doll interface that we have. It's just so subpar. It's a battle. We shouldn't have to battle our inventory. Like, for starters, can we please make this always on? Right? Just make that always on. There should be a port like this here for one weapon, like here for another weapon, over here for my sidearm, underneath it for the tool or knife slot. There should be one over here for this tool, right? And I should be able to hover over this and see that it's a med pen and then grab it and put it back in inventory. I should not have to do this. I shouldn't have to do this. If you want to leave it in, that's fine, but I shouldn't have to do it. I should be able to use a static screen element that's not going to change or move around in order to grab inventory, right? Because you're still like that idle animation that just played, right? Or where you settle and you turn your head, or you move your hand when you're trying to do something with the sidearm. Bullshit. Stop it. Stop it. Just stop it. Please, just give us the ability to interact with shit. Frankly, the port on the weapon should also show the relevant slots that are available on it, so I can choose to drag them off. If you want to make me play the animation, okay, but it would be really nice if we didn't have to when we're in this screen. I don't have to now, right? I can grab that and drag it right off. So just give me the ability to interact with that shit on the inventory screen without having to grab shit on my character. That's nonsense. It's just nonsense. Stop it. Right? We should also have one for the undersuit somewheres, right? Because I cannot interact with the undersuit because I've got my armor on, right? However, if I go to the inventory screen, someplace where I see an undersuit, I can equip that undersuit and replace all of my gear. So I should just be able to go in the inventory management screen, grab the undersuit, and drag it off. I shouldn't have to swap onto an undersuit to do that. So just give us an undersuit anchor somewheres here too, so we can drag it off. This is cute. I'm glad that you guys are able to do that, and you think it's just the bee's knees. There's way too many instances where it's a pain in the fucking ass. Stop it. Stop making me interact with this. Give me a port. Give me a port so I can just interact with the port. Oh, man. A few features were updated with Arena Commander, such as addition to assist scoring for crew members and UE and AI. I don't care. I don't care. I just don't. I'm sorry. I don't give a single shit. I'm actually annoyed anytime they spend even a single minute burning dev time on Arena Commander. I don't give a shit. Arena Commander is supposed to be the video gamey, arcadey simulation of the persistent universe where they can test shit and play video games. It should always be an afterthought. Work on the persistent universe. If you want to polish stuff afterwards in Arena Commander, fine. Quit fucking wasting time on it. You cannot balance the game in Arena Commander either. All you can do is test very limited situations. How do these guns compare? How does this ship fly versus that ship? But you can't balance shit that way because, you know, the persistent universe doesn't have power-ups that you can snag to repair your ship. I just don't give a shit about Arena Commander. It is a testing utility to me. That is it. And I think most people who play the persistent universe would agree. Stop wasting time on it. We are nowhere near esports ready. You are not propping anything up with Arena Commander right now. If people are only playing Star Citizen for Arena Commander, probably playing the wrong game. And I know that's a hot take that some people would go, oh, shut up. Stop telling people how to play the game. We didn't back for Arena Commander. We backed for the fucking persistent universe. Core Gameplay wrote various technical design documents in February, including a new mission giver. Can we have the old mission givers back? You know, Tisha, Miles Eckert, Rudo, Wallace Klim, Miles Eckert, not Miles Eckert, Constantine, Clovis Darneely. I feel like I'm skipping one still. Can we have those guys back, please? Team also worked on supplier diabent, including allowing cargo deliveries over the expected SCU amount. I am actually glad that they fixed that, right? Because the way that it used to be, if you had a mission and you needed to turn in 100 SCU and you turned in 200 SCU, the extra 100 would just disappear, right? So that's good. That was a good thing that they did. I'm glad they did it. Devs also enabled the designers to hide the complete button, except they don't think it's complete. It's actually submit, not complete. So, you know, as an editorial comment, Y'all should make that say submit, not complete. I'm actually disappointed we don't have a submit button, but I guess they didn't want partial payments on those missions. They're investigating issues with mission markers, missing mission markers, which has been a problem forever. Team fixed various issues and mission logic not proceeding and mission properties not working correctly. Yes, good. I'm glad. All of that mission stuff needs attention. Supposedly they are working on hangars and freight elevators. Let's hope it gets better. They say they've exposed a lot of stuff during the 4.0 and 4.01, and they're working on it. Like I said, elevators seem to be much better. Hopefully we'll feel the same way about hangars being much better here sometime soon. Mission design focusing on updating some old missions that weren't included in the recent refactor. Now, some of this is what I've been complaining about. Had an Area 18 hangar eat your vulture last night? Yeah, I believe it. Hangars are still bad. I mean, just the other day, I spawned a ship from the ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚢᚋ terminal in the lobby, which I don't advise that you do. I advise that you always spawn your ship in your hangar if you can. Right? And then if you see the ship doing this in the floor, immediately go to the elevator of your hangar and go back to the lobby and then come back to your hangar. Because when you leave the hangar, it'll store the ship. And then usually you can call it again. And you'll see me do it all the time now. I'll go, okay, let me store a ship, right? Or spawn a ship. And I'll go, okay, let's do everything that we can do to make sure that the client and the server are communicating. So we're just going to watch the ship. We're going to watch it go down and up the elevator. I shouldn't have to do this. Of course, you just saw a little bump with that. I do this shit all the time. Oh, it ate the one you were landing. Awesome. Awesome. Oh, man. Anyway, they're supposedly ensuring existing missions fit with new factions, right? So combat missions will fall under Foxwell Enforcement, so that's going to be a new faction with some new locations from safe stand used as forward operating bases. That's good. I mean, I'm glad they're doing this. They're going to bring back some of the missions that went missing. Right? They mentioned they're going to bring along the 890 jump mission again. I'm glad that's coming back. They're going to move some of the other stuff that is missing currently, bring it under the Bounty Hunters Guild. I'm glad they're bringing that back. I suspect they're actually going to do away with the Miles Eckhart stuff. And the Miles Eckhart stuff is just going to wind up being Bounty Hunters. Although I don't know where the status is on North Rock. Do we have North Rock at all right now? Could be the North Rock stuff, which were the group bounties, right? Where you had to go do 3. I'd be curious to see. But so we're going to get some of that stuff back, which is good. I'm glad to hear that. Prioritization of mission quality. These discussions are about on how to improve the audio pipeline to get voiced missions and begin pushing higher production value events, which Elliot commented on when we were complaining about, the lack of about the lack of voicing for this stuff, right? They want to do stuff like that. They just don't have the pipeline up to do it yet, right? So it'll be nice to see that happen where we will actually get voice acting on mission content again. Because we need it. We need it. If they want to have a narrative experience for us, we need to at least have voice acting. I think they also mention in the narrative thing here, right? Yes, a major highlight for narrative in February was the recent performance capture shoot focused on adding new narratives and characters, right? So we should get not only some voice lines, but we'll probably also get, we'll probably get the call ATC guys back, right? You'll call ATC in the comms window when it pops. Instead of just being a voice line, we'll see somebody sitting in the seat again, or we'll get some of the Duffy type voice lines with the video comms in them again. For narrative reasons, I do actually think that's important, because, you know, people aren't even reading the text on a lot of this stuff, right? When it came to the Purge Pyro stuff, that's not what they called it, but it's like, you know, it's like, okay, I want the purple skin, I want the red skin, I want the camo skin. That was the decision they made. It had nothing to do with the storyline for most people, right? Because, I mean, how are we supposed to engage with that story when it's a handful of words, not even spoken out loud? Anyway, online technology team began the year making tweaks and fixes to enable more in-game items to persist long-term, which I do think they've improved, right? The replication layer, that technology is definitely banging out pretty strong. You know what? As a matter of fact, it did finally eat those bags. Because I wondered, because they sat for a while, but it did finally eat them. I assume because we were far enough away from the station and the hangar that it reset it all. But in 401, my personal hangar, when it didn't occasionally mysteriously go missing, all that shit that I set out there pretty much stayed. You know, even the empty water bottles, well, the empty Lux bottles. So it does seem to be working, by and large. In February, work on a new method for large-scale soft terrain shadow generation continued. Support was also given to the engine team, who are currently taking steps to further parallelize rendering on the CPU side. So, I mean, that's all good. It is actually going to be really important that they make sure that shadow generation is relevant for the entire game engine. It can't just be Clyde-side rendered, because NPC reactivity is supposed to be partially driven by how well they can detect what's going on around them, which means that if they're in the pitch black and nobody's got a light on, the NPCs need to know it. And they did talk about some of that kind of stuff in CitizenCon this last year. So that's interesting to read and see and hear about. And here they were talking about fog as well. Although fog was temporarily put on hold to allow the team to focus on improving gas cloud detail rendering for a higher fidelity experience. In February, tech design worked closely with mission design on upcoming content releases the players will hear more about in the future. Also prepared to set up items for scanning and began identifying what items should be scannable and what information they should reveal to the player. Yes, please. Major focus last month was on gameplay triggers, a system that allows the designers to easily hook into and expose pre-existing functionality, which is good. I'm glad. Like, we know that there were supposed to be these handyman missions where CFP might need you to come and fix some equipment over at one of the outposts, right? They wound up putting those on hold. But if you go to various locations, especially in Pyro, you will see radio towers, right? And if you look at the information on those, the screens, the buttons, everything, it sounds like you can turn off the call for reinforcements, as an example. So I feel like we'll get to a situation where you might have a mission to go and kill somebody at a CFP outpost. And if you sneak in undetected and dismantle that tower, pull the fuse, blow it up, turn it off, whatever, then when you start engaging the hostiles, you won't get a Cuddy Steel landing full of reinforcements. And if you don't, you will, right? We have some of that stuff already. You can see it in Pyro, even though it's not functional yet. Also, you can go to various and sundry locations at RABs or in some of the tunnels where it looks like stuff is so clearly rendered and modeled that it has to be interactable if they turn it on. And we're talking about power generators. We've seen some of that in the RABs already. If you shoot them and blow them up, you complete a mission, whatever. But also being able to turn them off, turn them on, So I do think we're actually really close to having a lot more variety in mission content. We just ain't there yet, right? So hopefully we're getting there. But when they're talking about gameplay triggers, I think that's all related to that kind of stuff. Usually this kind of work could only be done by engineers, but our code-savvy tech designers have become proficient at creating new gameplay triggers. This allows us to create new gameplay with better player-facing feedback for the content teams to use. For example, easier ways to dynamically enable VFX and sound effects to expose ways for the designers to apply effects to players within an area. And I think we see some of that already too, when you do a mission and you go and you blow up a gas tank, everybody sees it. But I'd be curious to see what else is going to be involved, right? Because we're supposed to get all kinds of other stuff in there as well, including weather. February saw the UE team focus on bug fixing, user experience, and vehicles. Vehicles, CIG. Wheeled vehicles get compasses when? Ground vehicles get navigation markers when? I mean, ground vehicles are shit anyway. The way that they interact with the ground is awful. Both the bikes and the wheeled vehicles, and especially the treaded vehicles, right? But setting that aside, we need basic navigation UE for all ground vehicles. To be perfectly honest, I want to be able to go to one of the planets. Let's go Pyro 4, right? I love me some Pyro 4. I want to be able to go to Pyro 4. Excuse me? Oh, because we're not in Pyro, right? I want to be able to go to Pyro 4. I want to be able to land here, Timbuktu, right? And I want to be able to navigate to Chala's Beach and drive there. And if I just had the ability to set it as a destination, I could do that easily. Or, land in my ship and point at it and go, okay, here's a compass reading. I need to go roughly that direction. And then you get in your rover and you want to go that direction and you don't have a compass. You can get out of the freaking rover, get out of the seat and be standing on the deck or be standing on the ground outside and have a compass, but not in the ground vehicle. Please fix that shit. I hate that so much. It's this kind of half-assery and frankly negligence. It's not malicious. I'm not saying they're doing it on purpose, but this kind of negligent oversight where somebody doesn't just go, you know what? I've got a compass on foot, right? So why does it disappear when I sit down in a ground vehicle? Hey, here's the thought. How about you stop hiding that when you sit in the driver's seat? And we're golden. Yes? Right? Please? Yeah, it was. But I mean, we do actually have it now, right? It's right there on the top of the screen. Right? But if I go get in a ground vehicle, if I go get any wheeled ground vehicle, it's fine on the bikes because the bikes have the ship UE. They have a compass, even though it's kind of stupidly small, right? They hide it when you sit down in the driver's seat of a wheeled or a tracked ground vehicle. It's like, you're killing me, guys. Just imagine, man. And I have not done the Daymar rally. I haven't. Right? But I can just imagine these guys trying to run the Daymar rally with only party markers as a reference. Right? Because that's it. They don't get the compass while they're in the driver's seat. That's bullshit. And if they could just set their destination markers, right? Because the challenge of the Daymar rally should be the terrain. Right? It should be the terrain, not in making sure you're pointed in the right direction. That's bullshit. And even though we have the largest player run event in the verse in the Daymar rally, for years now. CIG still doesn't have basic navigation shit for the ground vehicles. Come on, man. Because it's all temporary old placeholder stuff. We know it's awful. We're going to replace it soon, TM. And just stop hiding the compass. And to be honest, I just don't think it's that big a deal for us to be able to go, okay, I want to go wherever it is that I want to go, right? I don't even need to go there, but I want to look towards Microtech. I should be able to go ahead and click this and choose the route as a marker, even if I'm unable to go there. Right? It could even just say obstructed. It doesn't even have to be new tech. CIG, just let me choose it as a navigation point. Just imagine. Just imagine, of course, then as we eventually get the planets properly mapped, right? Because we're supposed to, as it is right now, if you go to New Babbage, can I zoom in on it? I don't think I can because I'm not there. All right, we should, in theory, be able to zoom in enough. I don't think I can, no, because I'm not there. So that we can see the map of New Babbage. But we should be able to eventually click at a given location on the planet and go, okay, here's my destination, right? We know we're not going to keep spline jumps. I think the spline jumps are going away. When we get quantum boost, we'll just get a marker and we'll fly down towards it with quantum boost. But I could just imagine driving out of the garage in New Babbage going, okay, I want to drive over here. And of course, there's the whole, well, let me save a marker here because this is a pretty location and I want to have a camping trip. We are still lacking just fundamental navigation stuff. And I'm kind of off on a tangent now, but if you're working on the user experience with vehicles, please, bare minimum, stop hiding this compass when I get in the driver's seat. It would also be nice. You're not wrong, right? You're not wrong. At least now they added big flashing lights that go, yo, the spaceport. She's over here, bro. Over here. So at least we've got a hint now, because for a long time we didn't. Granted, the illumination and the lights and the fog at even at Area 18 and Lorville can be freaking terrible, even with the flashing lights. But yes, it would be nice. It's like, boop, here's the spaceport. Let's navigate to that. There's so many navigation issues that are just basic bad. As part of this, they took an in-depth look at the upcoming social universe features shown at CitizenCon, focusing on the user experience. This involved taking some of the original design, working out a user-friendly layouts, and ensuring interactions are well thought out and easy to use. I'm sorry, what are we even talking about here? Which social universe features? Are we talking about org chat? What are we talking about here? The dev also began implementing UE for upcoming vehicles alongside concepting the final UE styles for two manufacturers. Various UE bugs and minor issues were fixed too. Guarantee you, this is specifically talking about base building vehicles. Guaranteed. Right? Will it include a compass for the ground vehicles that are base building? I fucking hope so. Just stop hiding it. I know, I'm a broken record. The UE Tech spent time beta testing an improved 2D UE renderer, as the current version is difficult to improve on and bug fix. Okay, so we're rebuilding another feature. Okay, whatever. Elsewhere, they worked on tech to support game localization and progressed with systems that allow players to navigate menus using a joystick or keyboard without a mouse. Yes, please. Yes, please. Please stop. with, I need to hold F. I need to hold F and interact with the MFD and click on it while I'm trying to fly. Because, you know, that sounds like a good idea. Not to mention, if I accidentally click the F too fast while I'm in the Saber and I'm in quantum, I jump out of the ship. ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚖᚪ᚞, how you doing, sir? I'm sure that you're probably all already on the way out, but I appreciate the raid. Thank you very much. How's everybody doing? Akira-kun, Space Berchi. I'm probably screwing their name up. Berchi. I'm trying to say it. Thank you so much again for the raids, Sigillian. I appreciate it so much. Bait raids and runs. That's it. He's got to get to work. He's probably running late. Yep, exactly. What were y'all doing today? If we got anybody in the channel that is not checked out, Sigillian, can I type today? Can I type today? I think so. Nope. 2 G's there, bro. 2 G's. There we go. Every time I see Sigillion's name, though, it makes me hungry for pizza. Thank you so much for the raid. For you guys coming in, I'm ᚻᚪ᚞ᚻᚢᚋ. I like the game, hence ᚻᚪ᚞ Games. We're just looking at the monthly report. I was doing some mining earlier, and I'm still a little bit put off by Star Citizen's ping and pray mining mechanics. I don't want to have to ping and pray, but I actually enjoy the mining. But we're looking at the monthly report. And some of it is definitely good stuff, and other stuff is kind of like, yeah, okay, whatever. Can we please just, like this thing as an example, what I was just kind of rolling my eyes about is they were talking about working on the vehicle UE, right? February saw the UE team focus on bug fixing user experience in vehicles. And when it comes to the vehicles, one of the things that I complain about the most, other than the fact the way they interact with the ground in general is terrible, especially the tracked vehicles, but is that only hover bikes have navigation. What's that at the top of my screen right here on foot? Oh, it's a compass reading. Right? Super great, useful for navigation if you don't have a quantum marker to go to, which, to be honest, you need to be able to set a quantum marker, even if you're on your bare feet, so that you can use it to navigate. But if you sit down in a wheeled or a tracked ground vehicle, it hides this compass reading, making it nigh impossible to actually navigate unless you have a marker to drive to. And the Daymar rally should have been the _1 reason that this should not be the case. CIG just needs to stop hiding this compass. At least the hover bikes have got it's a little teeny tiny stupid looking compass that's really hard to read, and they should have just not hidden this one here. But at least the hover bikes have one. But if we're going to work on vehicle UE, please stop hiding the compass. But they say they're working on some new vehicle UE stuff, and I know it's going to be for the base building UE, right? They're going to need to figure out something for placing. And it kind of makes me hope that whatever they're going to do with placing stuff for the base building will eventually give them a clue on how to set up some kind of landing assist HUD for ships so that as they land, they can project something around us so that we can see the hangar doors overhead and see the terrain and the landing pad underneath us, so we can land without having to to F4. I can't, Alt F4 comes out of my mouth just like that. So we can do it without having to F4. That's trying to say remote camera, external camera. I want to be able to land without having to external camera. Anyway, I'm sure based on other stuff they said in this report, we're probably going to see remedial base building and early crafting improvements this year. Probably around CitizenCon. They'll do PTU stuff, right? Maybe. Anyway, BFX spent part of February prepping for content releasing later this year. They also supported Supplier Die, cleaned up various work from Alpha 4.0.0, and progressed with an upcoming creature I wonder what creature it might be. Maybe the sandworm? I guess we'll see. Anyway, there's good stuff in here. I'm always glad when they tell us what's going on. I do have my questions about their priorities still at times. That's funny. That image. But, of course, not that we can actually carry something like that. You know, corpse carry when. Fireman carry when, CIG. I'm interested to see the worm stuff happen. To be perfectly honest, for the worm to be the biggest raid content that we're going to have with Star Citizen when it happens, I'm a little bit put off by. You know, where's the distribution center raids we're supposed to get? That kind of stuff. But it'll be cool to see something new. Sandworm, why would Zig release a creature they've shown us? It'll be another creature they've been building in the background, just like they do with ships. Banu Merchantman? Why would they release the Banu Merchantman? Instead, we're going to release the Polaris. And the Polaris is not an ideal example because they at least told us about the Polaris coming, right? But no, I mean, I agree. That tends to be, you know, hey, Guardian, hey, Fortune. You know, the list goes on. It's surprise! There's a ship you didn't even ask for. Starlancer. There you go. Not that I don't enjoy those ships, but BMM when? And at this point, you know, whatever. I mean, it is what it is. I'm glad that they're flexing their muscles and stretching their wings and adding content to the game. And we are now getting improvements, right? Elevators seem to be mostly fixed now, which I'm super excited by because I can't tell you how many times since 4.0 that I've been absolutely destroyed by the elevators being broken. I hope that they're getting to work on the hangar stuff next and that we'll have fewer and fewer problems with spawning and storing a ship and repairing a ship and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Because it's been pretty awful. All right. Let's see. Where are we at with the refinery stuff? We had a refinery order. I don't know that it's been long enough for it to be done, but let's go have a look before I load up what I've got and head over to Pyro with the C2. I'd like to consolidate all of my copper and corundum so I can see what I actually have. All right. United Resource Workers. Do not piss off the Interstellar Labor Union. Probably be a bad idea. Mission involving the URW that also engages with some criminal gang when? Where's our Star Citizen organized crime? Could even be freedom fighters or the slicers, right? That's why they're actually trying to clean out Pyro so that the labor unions can take over. All right, well, we still got a couple hours to do that. You know what? Maybe we'll go do a salvage run or two. Although I was mostly doing that in Pyro.
Accounts contact management. Thank you.
Oh my goodness, I just cannot get enough of the coffee today. All the coffees. I guess we'll just fly the Prospector back to Checkmate, because that's where everything is. I don't really want to just claim ships. I'm trying not to do that. it's this way, right? Yeah, I always want to go the wrong way. I always wind up going back towards the habs and the elevators. We shouldn't need that because it's been behaving today. Yeah, because we're going to take the prospector. And we'll leave the C2 here because it's got stuff in it. I need to make sure, of course, I have not been using the C2 as part of the reason that I decided to use that to move the refined materials. Normally, if I was going to move stuff in a larger ship, it would be the, what am I doing? Prospector. The Star Lancer, because I love my Star Lancer. Hooray, it's on the pad. Stay on the pad as the elevator comes up, please. It is interesting to me that suddenly all of that looked like partially salvaged marking on the engines is all fixed. I would be really interested to know what's cleaned that up. I don't see any of the wear and tear anymore, I don't think. So we'll see. The inside of the door had some wear and tear on it. Yesterday at some point too. Yeah, looks clean now. Oh, hey, look, the F is right there. We didn't have to hunt for it this time. All right. All right, I guess we're going to head back to Pyro Gateway, which is, I think, where we just were, so we probably should have just stayed there. But that's okay. Any reason to fly in Star Citizen is a good reason. Alrighty. Yeah, I think we're going to go back to checkmate and grab. Do we give the Vulture another shot? Maybe we'll try the Vulture again. It did have a little more room. And if I just hop in the Fortune, it's going to feel like I'm sitting in the same ship. Although, again, I do think that the UE, the HUD, the MFDs, not the UE, but the MFDs on the Fortune are more vibrant, which is a little weird to me. I'm not sure why they're not the same, you know. But there are little things about the ships that are different that I kind of would have expected wouldn't be. I think that's variant syndrome, though, right? Like we've had that problem off and on over the years with the Gladius and the Pirate Gladius and the Gladius Valiant, where things were different and probably shouldn't have been. Not necessarily visual in this case, but the performance characteristics tended to move around. And then at one point we had an extra size 1 hard point on the Pirate Gladius too. That was really strange. It was probably some module that they were getting ready to add, and I don't know, it was weird. So we had 3 size 3s and 1 size 1 or something strange. I think it was the Pirate Gladius anyway. Definitely seen some odd stuff over the years. You know what? When we get to the wormhole, I want to do the whole deal with the music and all. Let's see. Is the game music behaving? We'll dial back our Viking saga tunes. And now the music's going to fade out on me. CIG. I really, really, really just want them to add. Good, it's coming back. I just want us to, not graphics, audio. I want a checkbox or something here. Loop music. So that when it's not actively playing something, or idle music, maybe it could be idle music. I just don't want dead air. Because the music's really good in the game. I love the game music. All of the composers, you know, ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚖᚋ and ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚖᚋ, and there's others music that have generated music as well. There's a David somebody whose name completely escapes me that has a theme for Theaters of War that I really love. But all the music just needs to be there all the time. I don't dig the quiet moments. If you're trying to do a punctuation with a silent moment and you can convince me to shut up, then that's one thing. But is it easy to mine ice and tin with the Rented Prospector? To be honest, is it easy to mine it? Yes. What was that noise? And I'm sorry, I'm very slow to actually see your question. It's the mining isn't the hard part, it's the finding it. Right? For me, my biggest grump about mining is the ping and pray, right? Like you'd have to go to a third-party website, right? Like if we wanted to, let's see. Where's Regolith? Right, and this is this website here. Let me slow down here just a second and come to a stop before we crash into something. Right, if I want to go get ice, where do I even look for it? I think we need an asteroid type, right? So we need, where's some ice? So we need I-types, right? We need I-type rocks. And I really wish there was a filter for it. But it's going to be all the stuff that's out in the outer edges. All right, looks like all the REBs have got I-types. I don't actually see any in Stanton. Is that actually right? That seems unlikely. But I don't do a lot of mining. And then it's a matter of you fly around and you ping and you hope that you see a rock. Now there are tips that are supposed to help you as far as signatures go, like of course the I-type has no information here. That's interesting. But like when you scan around you, you're looking for signatures that are a multiple of 1660. Right? That radar signature, radar frequency, whatever you want to call it, gives you a clue what's around you. So if you see a 1660 or a 3320 or a 4980, etc., down the line, you'll head towards that because that's what you're looking for. And then you'll scan it and see how much of it is going to be ice versus whatever else. It's not really hard to do, but for me, my biggest complaint about the whole mining thing is it's the ping and pray, right? You got to fly around the area where the stuff is supposed to be. And you got to pray that when you ping, there's a rock that's the right kind of rock so that you can mine it. And then you do the mini game, which I enjoy. I like balancing the power, right? And getting it to crack, hopefully without exploding on my ship. And then hoovering it up with the collection laser. I like the mini game. I just don't like the somewhat frustrating hunt, especially when there's nothing in the game that tells you where to go to find the stuff. You have to visit the third-party websites, or you're just flying around, in a dark room hoping you bump into what it is you're trying to grab hold of. We should probably not come to a stop until we actually get within the window that triggers the wormhole. There we go. I do really enjoy this whole experience. It's very cinematic. It's very cool. Definitely not going to make that turn. See, I really feel like sometimes following the swirls feels more natural, and other times it's like, really? Why are you trying to make me make that U-turn? It's kind of crazy. And I've mentioned it before, I kind of feel like the lack of features on the tunnel makes it really hard to tell how close you are to the edges of the wall unless you're in the swirl, which I think is kind of the point. It seems really weird. Because even though I'm in a much smaller ship than I usually use doing this, right? Like a lot of times I'll be in the Star Lancer. It doesn't feel like there's any more room in the tunnel. It's kind of strange. All right, well, we did at least make it all the way to Pyro versus being returned to Stanton, which has been a thing lately as well. We're just going to hop anywhere at all to get away from this location. All right. And then we'll set a route to checkmate. Travel music is cool too. I like the new quantum music. What I don't like is that it'll play for 30 seconds and then it'll go silent until I get near the end again. Grr. Star Citizen, the space game. I'm deaf. That's the part that kills me. So I was really enjoying the music and it's like, where'd it go? Where did it go? Pedro, save me. Just needs to be some kind of idle filler. You know, probably something related to what we're doing, you know, whether that's doing the quantum jump or slow cruising around whatever planet or moon. Maybe generic REB, asteroid field, gas cloud, music, whatever. Here at some point it'll kick on again because we'll be on the wind down for our journey.
Quantum fuel at 50%.
Is it at 15 clicks? Is it at 12? Is it at 10? I don't remember. Probably depends. I assume it's a clock based on your travel time, right? It's like it knows that when you're 18 seconds, there it is. When you're 18 seconds or whatever away from your destination, it kicks off the music to start your return. Your epic "We have arrived" exchange, which is cool. I love that music mechanic. That was a little LODE. We have arrived. Checkmate hasn't arrived yet, but we're here. Hello? No, that you're pushing, dude. You're so pushing the wrong button. All right, maybe the station is there. There we go. I tried to ping before and got nothing, but it's there now. ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚖᚪ᚞. Tom, discover. We're queued. Of course we are. Of course we're queued. And we've got what sounds like combat music, which makes me wonder, you know, who's fixing to shoot at me. You're telling me I'm queued. Oh, the door's gonna open and then we're gonna be good to go, right? Yep. There goes somebody else blasting out of their hangar. There's Steve.
Arrival complete. Welcome.
All right. And we didn't wind up with a dead silent hangar. I'll be glad when they fix that and it doesn't happen at all. It's so weird to me. Of course, now it's doing it, right? The ship, none of the ship stuff's making any sound. It's just the audio engineering can be so good. All right, you know what? We already did the thing. What I actually want to do though is I want to put those gadgets in the ship so I don't forget they're there. All right, let's see. Carry. Oh, really? I can't place it? I guess it's not allowed to do that. Well, shit. All right, never mind then. How come I can't store it? I don't really want to drop it. It just seems like a bad idea. All right, well, that's fine. We'll just put them in inventory at the station then. Hello? Hello? For all of its appearance that it's exactly the same ship as the Fortune, it's not. The Fortune is more complete. Hopefully they'll polish that stuff up. All right, you know what? We'll just put them right in here. Okay. All right. SS'yl Prospector.
Welcome to the ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚖᚌ vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been moved.
All right. I'll tell you what. I need to buy a break real quick. So let me do that and I will be right back, y'all. Oop. All right, we has returned. There we go. Okie dokie. All right, let's see. We were thinking about, you know what? I actually want to pull the Fortune real quick. Since we were just looking at the stuff that feels incomplete in the Prospector, I need to do a quick comparison because I don't think I'm dreaming it. I think that the color in the MFTs is more vibrant and maybe crisper. Like maybe there's a little bit of transparency in the Prospector MFTs that we don't have in the Fortune. True. But also, I think there's underbed storage, isn't there? And the door interaction feels different as well. Not to mention the F interaction prompts for the seat seem more delayed in the Prospector versus the Fortune, which I feel is kind of weird. I feel like it should just all be the same. We got a quick click though. 1 click run to our ship from the frickin' terminal. Good grief. Isn't that button here instead? I feel like that button is on this side on the Prospector. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, this panel is missing on the Prospector because we just had to get close to the door to get it to open. There was no panel, right? Yeah, and there is storage on the Fortune bed. This is a storage container in the Prospector. So yeah, I guess they just need to update the Prospector interior model. Yeah, look, the app interacts at the seat are already right there. Yeah, and definitely the colors are more washed out on the Prospector than this. I'm not sure how much of it else is actually different. It may not be much, but there's some differences. It makes the ship feel newer. All right, well, I was just curious because I didn't think I was dreaming it. They're so similar, but not. It's kind of weird. Of course, we should have driven over in the Steve, but we didn't do it, and I don't know why, because that's the whole reason I parked the little thing there. So that we didn't have to make a 1K sprint across the hangar. That's what you get when you're old and senile. You do silly stuff or don't do silly stuff. Loki, come on, pup. Quit shopping at the neighbor. All right. Okay, where's the vulture? Because I think that's what we're gonna do. Drake, vulture.
Your vehicle has been delivered. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
We could drive the Steve to the vulture, but then it would be sitting in the middle of the hangar. Of course, we could park the Steve in the vulture, but then it would be using a valuable cargo space. I wonder how many ships are actually out there. Plus, you don't have to worry about any distractions while you're working, since you'll be near one of our stations and we make sure folks behave themselves. Yeah, right. I mean, we just got blasted yesterday. I mean, we weren't in a salvage ship, but we did. We just got wrecked leaving Checkmate. My ship got destroyed. We managed to bail out, but you know, we were 10 clicks out. We were right outside the station. What a liar, Smokey. Smokey, what a liar. All right. Okie dokie. Shield Maiden is up and moving. She's going to need some food. For anybody that doesn't know, my wife is a disabled Marine Corps veteran. Sometimes I got to hop up and take care of stuff for her, which we will have to do here in just a few minutes. I want to see how far away these ships are. Or ship, because I suspect it'll just be one. She's definitely very Drake. Yeah, it's got storage as well. You know, I was going to change the weapons on this, and I never did do it. But that's all right. My goodness. A global illumination, please. Not sure that that was quite what you intended to do there with the suddenly the whole hangar is light. It's just the one, and it's an arrow, which is about what we expected since it was only a it was only 1K. Like, do we just munch it? Construction materials is what we need more than salvage if we're going to do the supply or die stuff. So yeah, I think we're just gonna munch it. Now I'm trying to remember which button is to do what with which ship, since they're a little bit different. It's so strange. Why the change mode for the prospector is that Alt left click instead of, you know, the Alt S or A or S or W or whatever it is for the salvage ships is really weird to me. And you just showed me 14%. Show me plus 14. No, you're not going to do it. There it is. Oh, and of course, as soon as I moved, it went to 13. I know I'm talking about very small amounts. I'm just trying to figure out what it is that bumps the bonus. Oh, shit. Now we done bumped the ship. There we go. That's plus 10. Because it's not just the distance. There is a sweet spot for the distance, but it's the angle. There's something else about it that I assume has to do with the angle that the emitters are in. What even is that? Whatever it is, it was invisible. It was like it was the name tag. Oh, that's the name tag. We need to do the name tag. All right. Interesting. I mean, that's another arrow. Same, but not the not the same mission, which I guess only pops when you're at the station. I don't know. That's a little weird. Kill and salvage in RSI Constellation Andromeda. This is so weird. I mean, if this is supposed to be a group mission, I get it, right? You have a combat pilot and a salvager working together. Because, I mean, even a fully crewed reclaimer killing a constellation feels very weird. It's like, at that point, is that enough of a meal for a reclaimer? Maybe not. That's just weird. And these, I'm not opposed to doing, but these are always larger cargo ships that are too big to really chomp right in a small ship. I feel it's weird because this 20K for the 100i feels a little meh. It's not necessarily the problem with the return on it so much as the is it a big enough ship to bother, right? It would be nice if it was something a little larger. Just pick one and stick to it. All right. See where things look when we get there. I do need to go and get the Shield Maiden something to eat. This is a relatively short hop. Where'd the music go? See, this is why I almost always wind up just doing I turn it back off. It's disappointing. Just want the music to just play. Ugh. All right. You know, again, small, we're just going to munch it, I think. course, we need to fracture it first. Why are we not getting the, we're not getting the clock thing on the fracture or the disintegrate? You know, normally there's the checkered line or dashed line around the circle. And it didn't give it at all. Cycle third, oh, that's a damn, good thought. We should know that's how things get fixed in Star Citizen, right? Is turned off and back on again. What we got over here? Is that a Spirit? No, it's a 300 series, right? Or a Titan? Renegade? Scrap is just, what you call it, right? RMC. No, it's still not doing it. Oh, there it is. I guess I had to have it doing the thing once it did the thing. It's not doing it again. What? I gotta freaking toggle third person every single time to get it to do the thing. That's kind of annoying. This is probably going to be time to relog. It's not even showing it on these other objects that are already here. That's really strange. All right. No, I'm confused. Guess there ain't really nothing there. Well. Yeah, I don't know what exactly this is. It says surface valid, but it's red. What does that mean? No material? It's just no material. And you can't do anything with it once it's fully scrapped, I guess? I guess so. Oh, there's a little bit. I kind of expected it to go away or something, rather than being left behind. All right. I was just curious. It's got to be an asteroid at 1900, right? Some kind of rock. Yep. Also a rock. Rock. No panels, just rocks. Is that anyone? No. Oh, something there. Debris. Debris. It's kind of nice to see, you know, random whatever to do. Less frustrating than what I was having with the mine, with the rocks. Of course, maybe I need to spend more time wandering randomly in Pyro and the Prospector. Maybe they've done a better job of distributing minables in the newer solar system. I don't really listen to anybody in particular. I just kind of look and see what's turning up. I mean, if you want to mention something to somebody, that's cool. If it's just drama bullshit, I'm not really all that interested, you know? But I follow various and sundry people on X. I check out videos, you know. I'll usually glance at least at Salty Mike's videos or Space Tomatoes, or sometimes I look at some of the other YouTube guys, but there's very few people in the community I would say, don't talk about them, so, you know. You know, Morpheus is one of those where sometimes he's okay, but he got so salty recently. He did. He got so salty. It was just kind of like, man. Yeah. I mean, it's totally okay. I mean, ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚢᚾᚏ is supposed to be getting 4 days. As a matter of fact, there was a chance we could have had it yesterday, right? I hope it's in ᚻᚪ᚞ᚻᚢᚾ long enough for ᚻᚪ᚞ᚻᚾ to look at the item recovery stuff and go, oh, this is oof. Because I personally think that the tier 0 of the item recovery is going to be terrible for the game. Right? I mean, that's my personal opinion. I'm sure not everybody feels that way, but no, I appreciate it. Yeah, I might check it out in a minute and see what he's got to say. I'm sure it's mostly stuff that I've been hearing. We'll see. I'm glad they're pushing forward to 4.1. It would be nice for them to go ahead and do what they're going to do and get it rolled out ASAP, because we need everything that they're going to give us this year and need it all to just work. Well, this is what they're telling us they're focusing on. Hopefully they really are, other than just trying to sell us new spaceships. Because it's time for everything to just work. That definitely felt like sandblasting there. Yeah, Board's always done a good job of just staying on point. He doesn't get locked into the bullshit too much, which is nice. It's something I appreciate. You know, I mean, Noobifier is another source I would cite on the regular. You know, he does his no bullshit videos, and I really appreciate those too. Can't zoom in this mode. I should probably put the video on and listen to what he's got to say. Part of me is like, oh God, I don't want to hear empty promises. I'm a little bit worried about some of the stuff they're bringing in 4.1, though. I'm worried about that item retrieval stuff. I just hope that we move forward quickly enough for Tier 1. Because Tier 0 is terrible. from the sounds of it, obviously. I haven't actually tried it yet because it's not in yet, but just not being able to loot, it's just at all, oh, it's so cringe to me. Not being able to loot players, to be clear. It's not going to impact NPC stuff. All right. We did fill her up. All right. Let's go pull these boxes. So that's the drive. It's just, I don't know. I mean, it's not really a big deal. The ladder thing isn't really a huge deal, but I do kind of wish it had been set up in such a way that we could have skipped the ladder. It feels really weird to me. Just not something I think they would have actually done in a ship design. If the cargo hold was taller, it would feel less weird to me, you know, if it was the whole ship. But I don't know. Obviously subjective. It isn't going to stop me from using the ship, clearly. Damn it. Arg. So finicky. The tractor beams are just so bad. The physics interactions in the game are really pretty awful. And that's really the problem, right? All the little janky, weird physics stuff. Come on. Stop it. Oh. It's killing me, man. It's just killing me. Just put that shit in the back. Thank you. Everything is just finagly. I do think it's stupid that the grid doesn't go all the way across. I think that's dumb. It's just cheap. This is totally artificial nonsense. Yes, you can't get to the door without moving those boxes out of the way. So what? You can access the ship from the outside. It just kind of bugs me a little. Clearly. All right, you know what? I got to take care of some stuff in the shield main. I think what I'm actually going to do, though, is I think I'm actually going to call it for the day. Need to get some food going here. I've got another message for something else that I need to take care of, so I think we're going to... Nope, that's not what you want to do. Not what you want to do. If it'll let me do it, I think we're just going to bedlog right here. It will. Excellent. Since we're in the middle of nowhere anyway, more or less. Let's find somebody to raid out to. Who else is doing some Star Citizen? You know what? Let's raid Moist Noodle. I haven't gotten to raid Mr. Noodle in a long time, and he's actually kind of the reason that I got into streaming Star Citizen. So we're going to raid Moist Noodle and see what he's up to. And I'm going to get out of here. I'll be back at it tomorrow. Thank y'all for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Enjoyed the conversation as always. Y'all have a great afternoon, evening, morning, whatever time of day it is for you guys. Special thanks again to ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚖᚋ for the raid. Y'all remember to stay safe and stay healthy because being sick sucks. I will see y'all around the verse. Me and the Shield Maiden are going to have some lunch. And of course, we just played the song I would normally close on, so we're not going to do that. We'll do this because it's kind of cinematic. But check out Noodle if you like. If you like what he's doing, show him some love. Drop him a follow. I will see y'all tomorrow. Thank you for the follow, Danklin. I appreciate it. Dankalin. I'm probably screwing that up, and I'm sorry. Anyway, all the love, you guys. Peace out.